Good evening, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here with another detailed live discussion update on potential tropical cyclone 9 for September the 23rd, 2024 on this fantastic Monday evening, or you can call it Monday night at this point because it's dark outside. So looking at the satellite imagery here, the system has done some surprising things today in a way that might actually not allow this to strengthen as quickly, at least in the short term, than what we had or what we previously thought this afternoon. This is a look at the satellite imagery from the Meso floater satellite over the Grand Cayman area, over the northwestern Caribbean basin. And as we can see here, the system is definitely lopsided. There is deep layer shear impacting this with shear values at about 15 to 20 knots. Now, while it may not look like, oh, there's not a lot of shear though, David, it looks like it's trying to organize. This is what we're seeing, okay? The mid-level circulation is all the way up here in Grand Cayman, and what appears is that the low-level circulation is down here. So we are seeing a displacement with the low-level vortex in the mid-level center. So these are not aligned. These are misaligned right now, and until these get vertically stacked, again, when the low and mid-level centers become vertically on top of one another, the system is not going to be able to strengthen appreciably until these two centers align. Also, evidence of that wind shear is when we actually look at, let me make sure, yeah, this is zoomed out perfectly. We can see that the cloud filaments are emanating out of the southwesterly direction. So see this flow right here is vertical wind shear. These clouds are not fanning out like this. They're not going out even in the middle levels of the atmosphere. And this is what we need to see for a system to be in a more healthier environment where it could take full advantage. And in this case, we're not seeing that. Maybe little hints of outflow just immediate to the low-level center. That's right here. You can see some of the cirrus clouds. But when we look underneath, if you look at this, you can still see cirrus clouds moving in out of the southwesterly direction. So while there is not a whole lot of vertical, or while it may look visually that there's not a lot of vertical wind shear, there actually is, and it's generally it's moderate levels between maybe 15 to 20 knots. But the thing is, a system that's in the formative stage, you don't want shear of about 15 to 20 knots because that means the low level and mid level centers are able to get disjointed pretty quickly. Now, when we zoom out and look at the broader picture, let me use that. There we go. That's a little bit better. Yeah, I didn't make a whole scene just for this imagery, but for the other one I did. So we can see this is the water vapor imagery. Orange colors indicate lots of dry air in the atmosphere. So this is not a very moist environment in the central and northern Gulf of Mexico. And what this helps us to see is any imperfections within the atmosphere that cloud cover can't tell us. So here's John over here. We will briefly talk about John in a little bit, probably towards the end, because right now that's important. But what also is equally important is our system, PTC-Nine. So what we have here is actually, John is down here. Sorry. John is way down here. You can see the circulation. And what we have is this outflow. So the outflow cirrus channeling is actually fairly strong right now. And some of this shear is actually being encroached into PTC-Nine this evening, which explains why we are seeing wrinkles, why we're seeing a little discombobulation with the overall circulation right now and the deep convection nature. And this again is fairly lopsided. You can see all the outflow right now is mainly off towards the east, and this is not a setup that models really showed. And that's why what I'm about to show you will surprise a lot of people. But at the same time, this upper level low right here, this what we call a TUT, or tropical upper level tropospheric trough, And these are troughs that actually get detached. So you get a trough that comes out or comes far enough south, they actually get cut off, and they actually retrograde in the tropics like this. And what this is doing right now is, one, well, we have outflow from Hurricane John that is impacting Mexico, but we also have this tut, and this is also most likely the reasoning behind all this shear that we're seeing. And again, it doesn't look like a whole lot of shear there, but believe me, we're seeing shear anywhere between 15 to 20 knots as of this live stream. Now, the question really remains, all right, and I will show you all the 12Z runs first. I'm fully aware of that, and I will show you the latest 18Z run. So let me actually get into position there. So there have been a lot of Twitter posts and a lot of people saying that, oh man, huge downtrend on all the hurricane models. In fact, there's only one hurricane model that actually shows this becoming a major hurricane. Very hard to believe from all the 5 models that we had last night, and that counts for the GFS, showing a major hurricane. Winds greater than 115 miles an hour. What you're about to see here, after we get through our 12Z run, then I'll show you the 18Z run. And what you're going to see here is that, still in theory, this is 03Z, all right? And the reason why I'm using this is it really does match well. This is where the circulation actually is right now. And if we actually look at our satellite imagery, it really matches up right about here. Not entirely 100% perfect. Again, models are not perfect, but it does show where that circulation actually is. And that's where the NHC has initialized their low based on recon data. So it really is interesting that this is actually coming to pass right now as far as the 12Z goes. Pressure's down to 997 millibars. On this particular run, but we got told by the NHC it's down to 1001, I believe it is, 1002. We'll look at that, which is plenty low right now. That's definitely lower than it was even earlier this morning and even yesterday, where it was only at like 1007, 1008 millibars. Now, as we go forward here, the big hurdle ground with this is how quick can these two centers, okay, oops, I had a zoomed out view this whole time. I'm sorry, folks. There we go. I'm used to always using tropical tidbits. So there's a center again, initialized from the 12. Well, the 12Z did pretty good at it versus the 18Z run, which shows a whole different story. Okay, it is going to be very important when and where do these two centers vertically align. All right, you cannot get a system to intensify until, one, you get the low and mid-level centers to vertically stack, and secondly, you need a inner core structure, which is an eye wall. Okay, an eye wall-like feature to develop for the system to take full advantage with oceanic conditions. So on this model, by tomorrow morning, that might end up happening, or in the early stages. This is down to 987 millibars by Tuesday morning, September the 24th. All right. Now, this is a forecast and not an actual, like, oh, it's going to actually be this low. We don't know yet. This is 987 millibars, by the way. So it has to really drop a lot, almost 15 millibars between now and, say, 12Z. That's 5 in the morning my time. All right. But it really doesn't get its act together until it gets to this point. So we're going to know a whole lot by tomorrow night what the structure of this looks like, if it looks like this or if it doesn't. All right. If it goes by the 12Z model run, all right, this could be pretty significant. This could end really, really bad. And the reason why I'm still hyping this up is I'm not going to just look at one 18Z runs of the hurricane models because, and I'll show you a post from Andrew, I think it is, from Twitter. Pat actually kind of showed me his profile picture. So you're about to get shouted out here if you're watching this, Andrew. So what ends up happening is a inner core structure develops, and if we actually go to simulated radar reflectivity, you can see here a lack of an inner core, maybe a little to the north. But watch what happens here. A inner core structure tries to get established by Wednesday morning. Theoretically, folks, theoretically, we have about 36 hours, a day and a half over the Caribbean before it even enters the Gulf of Mexico. And as this goes continuously northward, it does show a very compact, very intense inner core structure with very heavy rainfall and pressures down to 930, 925 millibars. This is about a Category 3 hurricane at this point. Category 4, my bad. And then this kind of caused a lot of the panic this morning, and I really shouldn't be showing this, but I'm showing you all the worst case scenario, and I'm going to show you the more unlikely scenario that develops on the 18Z run, all right? But this is showing us 160 knot winds. This would be a Category 5, and if it's stuck to the 18Z runs, this would even be more significant if this, or when we get our 0Z runs, and we'll see if this trends back, all right? But gets down to 899 millibars, 899 millibars, specifically actually 898.6 millibars up here. This would be a formidable, far stronger than Ian, far stronger than Michael, far stronger than perhaps even Andrew, Wilma, Allen. Not surprised. This could be, if this does pan out, again, a forecast is a forecast, and it doesn't mean it's going to actually happen. But if it does, if I want to use that millions of times, if this develops like it is, this would be a unsurvivable hurricane. And I don't use that word very lightly. This is the Big Bend of Florida right here. Compact, very strong hurricane. You bet storm surge in the immediate vicinity with this would be well over 15 feet, 15 to even 20 feet, approaching the Big Bend here, Steinhatchee Bay in Florida. Man, this would really be bad. This would be the worst case scenario, something out of a movie at this point. Just kind of very vulgar, very intense, just a violent hurricane on this model. All right, that's the halves A model. Now, looking at the halves B, looking at our 12Z output, again, we'll look at our 18Z here in a second. Actually, let's go over to that. I meant to stick to the halves A, so let me go back to there. There we go. So the halves A on the 12Z run, take note where the center is. Here is Grand Cayman. We like to use live analysis. There is our estimated center. Okay, again, it matches well. If we zoom out again, it really matches well with this new burst of deep convection right here. Now, boom, now blowing up. Okay, so I'm not saying that this is going to happen. I'm not saying that the halves B and the halves A are right, but it is interesting that what I'm about to show you on the 18Z run is very different, completely different, a full 360, 180 difference between the 12Z output. Now, going forward, this is, again, the Cuban coast. So here's Cuba. Here is the Yucatan Peninsula. Here's Cozumel over here. And here is actually Playa del Carmen and Cozumel in Mexico. Here is our very compact circulation here. This is compact. Again, small systems spin up very quickly. We are seeing that with John. That's why John has been able to explosively intensify, because of how compact, because it's easy for the convection to wrap on the upshear side of the system. Okay, as we go out to 51 hours, again, this is the 12Z output showing us a very quickly deepening system. This is going from a Cat 3 to a Cat 4 in just one frame. And then look at this, 915 millibars. This is probably an outlier scenario. This is too small. This is a very small system. Actually, let me actually measure. Yeah, that's a 12 nautical mile wide hurricane force wind field on the northwestern side. That's really, really thin. All right, and the radius of maximum winds are only 5 nautical miles. So that is really, really, oops. Let me Why do I mess up? There we go. Luckily, you guys were able to see that. This is very compact, though. Very compact system. Very small. Okay. Now, look what happens. System just... This is a scene out of a movie. This is just disgusting. Winds of 116 knots. This again would be that of a violent hurricane. This would be one of the worst case scenarios that we could ever imagine. And yes, I did literally say that, because what we're seeing here is category 5 force winds, 888 millibars. That is exceptionally low. That is unbearable. I mean, think about the 850 millibar level. That's at 5,000 feet. You're almost seeing that pressure value all the way down on the surface. This would be a formidable system. And it makes landfall at almost 9-10 millibars. So, yeah, I don't like seeing things like this. So now, with that being said, what did the other model show? Same thing. System really strengthening quickly. And this is over Western Cuba, the tip there of Western Cuba. And then the H-Warp has it down to 930 millibars with tropical storm to hurricane force winds. Now, of course, not as strong as the other models. The HMON model, also really similar. Oops, there we go. We need the 12Z, then I'll show you the 18Z. Showing us, again, that system that quickly strengthens. So all of these models, including the 12Z GFS, would explicitly show a major hurricane. Now, in tonight's run, and Pat told me this, that David, you cannot trust the 18Z model runs. And I will show you why here in a second. And I'm starting to believe him a little bit more. Not that I want the worst case scenario to happen, but seeing such changes like that, unrealistic changes, is something. So for one thing, that the lowest pressure is actually way down here. Okay, the lowest pressure way to the southwest. I mean, this would be just off the coast of Honduras. Remember, here is the Cayman Islands over here. Okay, the initialization on this, in my belief, and people like Andy Hazelton and Andrew, I'll have to figure out his name, took note of this. A lot of people are stunned by seeing this because a new recon mission was initiated on this. And this was fed into the new models. Look at just like, it thinks that the center is over here. I mean, these models did a horrible job initializing this. The center is not even here. This is tonight. And we're seeing pressures down to, what is that? 1,007, 1,008 millibars. I just don't think it was initialized very well. We have a more defined, getting to be a better defined circulation on the system. And look at it, just does not do anything. In the next 24 hours, you're telling me this system is going to be 1,000. Don't ignore that. That's probably an error on the model. This would have environmental pressure of 1,005, 1,006 millibars. I mean, look at the difference. Look at this. This is the halves B run, 18Z today. Look at the last run. Market difference. And it's been really consistent in this general area. Very consistent. And then all of a sudden, it's gone. There's no consistency whatsoever with this. All right, and it remains to be seen on, is this reality, or is this what the 12Z will look like? We don't know. But what ends up happening is, look at the system actually stalls out. It does not move at all. It just sits down here for an extra day. So it doesn't really get out of the Caribbean until now Wednesday afternoon. And so the system does not end up making landfall until Friday morning. So a lot slower on this run. I mean, come on. Most of the models are showing this by Thursday early afternoon. I'm not saying, again, I don't want to say the worst case scenario. I'm not trying to say this is going to be a Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane, but it is very interesting that the initialization here was not done very well. And it's going to be interesting what comes out next on the 0Z output based on satellite and everything. If this is a lot more compacted, if this looks a lot more significant, okay? The 18Z run on the Wharf model is probably a little bit more realistic, but still, actually, yeah, it's a little bit more realistic, but still too far to the south. Pressure down to 1,002 millibars, so that seems to match well with the NHC more than our other models. And let's see what happens with it. So it lacks a good surface low until tomorrow late morning. So the fact that this is going to lack any defined circulation through tomorrow morning, we'll see. Again, this is a huge downtrend. I mean, markedly 20 millibars weaker on the 18Z run of the Wharf model, but it still shows that this leaves the Caribbean by Wednesday morning and then becomes a still a major hurricane. One of the only models that show that happening. The HMON also, again, initialized too far to the south. Again, the 18Z runs just not doing good at all. And then shows this still pretty deep, but not as deep as the last run, and trended weaker in the last few model runs. So interesting to see that. But still shows that this does become a 930 millibar. Actually, that's two models that still show this becoming a major hurricane. And that is why I'm still predicting this to become a Cat 3 or a Cat 4, even a Cat, not really a Cat 5. That's way over the top. But definitely a Category 4 hurricane is still possible with this. Even so, we saw a marked decrease in our 18Z output. Now, what is interesting to see, though, is what the upper level winds are looking like. So in this case, we start seeing, actually, I should not even look at this, we'll look at the upper level winds. Why not? Just because of the fact. But we're going to use the Wharf parent run because it's probably more realistic, best realistic out of the halves A and B runs for right now. So what's going to end up happening is this is going to depart the Caribbean here at 982 millibars. And of course, this is the big story up here, this trough of lower pressure over the Midwest and the Deep South. You have what is John here, again, this outflow. So what it seems to be is this outflow is not getting in the way of the system. After looking at this, actually, really not going to be affecting PTC-9 at all. It's this trough that is more than likely increasing some shear. So as we go forward here in time, we can see this outflow channel, this jet streak. It's a little narrow ribbon of really strong winds over the area, and you can see this outflow really accelerating pretty quickly away from potential tropical cyclone 9. And what this actually means is this is in a very optimal, very conducive environment that would likely allow this to explosively intensify. All right. And there's a lot of differences in the models here. You can just see further west on this one and weaker versus on the 12Z run, it was a lot stronger. But I find this really interesting. Look at the consistency here between the 06Z, even the 0Z run, really consistent. All of a sudden, the 18Z run comes in and it's just like a lot weaker. So we will see with what the NHC actually, with what the 0Z runs do tonight, okay? So let's go and look at the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And let me zoom this out. There we go. So right now, while it is not shown in the forecast, these H's indicate hurricane intensity. I do not want you all to just say that, oh, it's going to only be a Cat 2, David. We are going to see this probably at a Category 3 hurricane right in here on the NHC official track. That's what they're even showing in their discussion, that they, while not noted in the official forecast with these forecast points, this will probably end up still becoming a major hurricane. So keep that in mind. We have hurricane watches, tropical storm warnings out for the eastern Yucatan Peninsula, for western Cuba, including for Grand Cayman, Grand Cayman down here under tropical storm warning. We also have a tropical storm warning for the island of Youth in Cuba. And the cone of uncertainty here is right in this. So this could still theoretically impact Tampa Bay, Florida. Do not stop your preparations. I repeat, do not stop your preparations. Just because this looks, this has downtrended in the 18Z run, that cone of uncertainty is still over St. Pete and Tampa Bay, Florida. There are tropical storm watches out for the Key West, Florida area, for Cape Coral, Florida, as well as Sarasota, Florida, under tropical storm watches. Do not reverse your preparations. Even so that, most of the majority of the models have downtrended, but we got to understand 18Z runs, okay? 18Z, we need to wait for our main runs to come in. 0Z, 12Z, 0Z, 12Z. All right, so our key messages. Also, please share this with your family and friends on social media. Let's get this out to as many people as we can possible, all right? Because this is, again, really concerning. Just because it doesn't look as intense does not mean that, we're not going to get prepared for this. No, okay? The key messages are as follows. This disturbance is forecast to intensify and be near hurricane strength when it reaches the far northwestern Caribbean Sea Tuesday night. Tropical storm conditions are expected over portions of western Cuba and the northeastern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, with hurricane conditions possible. The system is expected to intensify into, and I want to make it really clear, this is the advisory. Again, not explicitly shown in the official, all right? This even kind of goes to with what I was saying. Let me highlight this, all right? This system is expected to intensify into a major, and my pin, let me highlight that right there. Major hurricane, all right? Keyword, major hurricane, before it approaches the northeastern Gulf Coast on Thursday, okay? That is important right there. It is not shown here, but it's also shown here in their wording. While it is too soon to pinpoint the exact location and magnitude of impacts, the potential for life-threatening storm surge, damaging hurricane force winds along the coast of the Florida Panhandle and the Florida West Coast is increasing, okay? Hurricane watches and additional storm surge watches will likely be issued for a portion of that area Tuesday morning, and residents need to ensure they have their hurricane plan in place. They're even saying it here. Do not reverse. Do not stop preparing for this because, it's only a Cat 2, David, or it's only going to be a low in Cat 3. I don't care if it's going to be weaker or anything. What matters is every hurricane is different, all right? Adelia was different. This system is going to be different. Do not think that, I've been through a Cat 3 before, I can get through another Cat 3. Well, that's a forecast, not an actual it is going to be a Cat 3. This has a high ceiling of even theoretically a Cat 4 or even a Category 5. And yes, Mark Sedeth in his video today did say in his keywords that this could possibly become a Cat 4 or a Cat 5. You can go look it up after watching this live stream if you want on his video today. Potential Tropical Cyclone 9 will bring heavy rainfall to portions of the Western Caribbean, which will cause considerable flooding and mudslides across Western Cuba. Heavy rainfall will likely result in urban, isolated flooding across the southeast and southern Appalachians and Tennessee Valley Wednesday through Friday. Minor to isolated moderate river flooding will be possible. Okay, so that's what that is. Here's the most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds. And right now, is this the 11 o'clock advisory? It is. The chances do increase a little bit right here along the Big Bend of Florida. And yes, Now Tampa Bay has a 60% chance of tropical storm force winds. Okay, just tropical storm. These chances will go up as we get better confidence. There is a 70 to 80% chance along the Big Bend, like Steinhatchee, Florida, that will likely get tropical storm force winds as early as midday Thursday. So this is pretty important information with the most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds. Okay, this is big. This is really, really serious. Now, looking at the greatest flash flood risk over the next 7 days or 5 days, there is already a moderate risk for heavy rainfall and flooding over the Tallahassee area of Florida, even southern Georgia, under a moderate risk of flash flooding. This includes for the Big Bend of Florida. If you're in, I think it's Panama. See, I get the two locations confused. It's Panama City, Florida. That's the east city before the Big Bend. Let me make sure. Sorry, folks. I know I should know this. Okay. Panama City Beach. Okay, I was close. All right. So, Alligator Point also included with this. Okay, Alligator Point, Tallahassee, Panama City. Again, 40% chance of flash flooding in that area. And again, this is not just a coastal threat. This is going to be going well inland into the Chattanooga area, Knoxville, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. If you're in Roanoke, Charlotte, even look at this, even Springfield, under a slight risk for heavy rainfall from this system because it's going to curve out and back to the west. Once it makes landfall, it's actually going to go west and not go out like this and go northeast. Okay. So now looking at the peak storm surge forecast, this is a big one. Now, of course, this is only for southern Florida right now because of tropical storm watches have been issued. We're going to get those up across the Big Bend once we get more advisories out. But for right now, Bonita Beach, Flamingo Beach, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Now, of course, this is on the lower side of things. That's because the system, the center is not going to be impacting here. That's what we know for sure. It's not going to ram like this. It's going to stay offshore. But still, you're going to see up to possibly 4 feet of storm surge. This is a big one. And if we actually look at our city map right down here, let's see what that is. Everglades City. So if you're in Everglades, if you're in Marco Island, if you're down here even in Key West, these are populated areas. Yeah, look at this, how densely populated this area is. And so storm surge is going to be a reality. If you're in Sugarloaf Key, if you're in other areas like here, just keep that in mind. Populated, very pretty, a very iconic place to visit. And therefore, a big concern. You do not want to get stuck out here and rely on getting back based, because this is all like Highland Passage here where there's a lot of bridges and everything. And if one of these bridges gets destroyed, not saying it will, but just, just showing you the worst case scenario, one bridge collapses, then you can't drive back to the mainland of Florida. You're stuck out here unless you get airlifted on a helicopter, So keep that in mind. Storm surge, 4 feet, but we're expecting much worse storm surge, especially in the Big Bend of Florida. That's because that's where we most likely see the system impacting. Now, the reason why I'm going a little overboard with this system, and there is good reasoning behind my analysis and behind my intensity. All right. It's kind of like forecasting, what good system? I mean, John, tonight in the Eastern Pacific, no one thought that would become a major hurricane. Not even the hurricane models picked that up. And yet, we have a major hurricane. And in fact, if we go look at that really quickly before we get to our upper ocean heat content, there it is, 120 mile an hour winds. Yes, John, a major hurricane. And if we look at this really quickly, in fact, yeah, it's 120 and it just made landfall or will be making landfall. You can see hurricane warnings out for that area. Okay, a major hurricane. This thing was only a tropical storm yesterday or a tropical depression, something like that. This thing went bonkers And so we got to learn that, oh, John can show us something that PTC-9 could do too. And what we have here, and by the way, that is not over, that's over below average upper ocean heat content values. I just wanted to also make that clear in this live stream. Okay, and look what we got out of John, a category 3, 120 mile an hour winds. Okay, so now when we look at the upper ocean heat content in the Northwestern Caribbean, because everyone's concerned about this, that's why we have 1,100 people watching. So thank you all for sharing this with their family and friends on social media, continuing getting the word out, because we are doing a very deep analysis. We're going to be looking at our hurricane models, our global models tonight. Yeah, we're going to do some live analysis, live tracking of this until about 11 o'clock, 11:30 my time. So we have another 2.5 to 3 hours. So make sure you do invite your friends, you invite your family, you hit the like button, and you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Let's get this out to as many people as we can possible. All right, that's my job here, is to let as many people know on what is going on. All right, so looking at the upper ocean heat content, we can see right here that we have above average heat content. This is pretty significant, and wait until I show you the actual upper ocean heat content. Look at what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico. Look at that. The loop current, really stout, lots of upper ocean heat content. I mean, in the upper 75th percentile, okay, in this portion of the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, this is not good. This is literally telling us that this system has a lot of energy to work with, a lot of energy, and we have to understand that. Remember, not many of the models saw Francine becoming a Cat 2. Remember, we all thought, oh, it's probably going to be just a Cat 1 hurricane with 100 mile an hour winds, which it actually did become a 100. No, wait, that's a Category 2, sorry. It only showed 90-ish mile an hour winds right on Francine. Well, Francine did not become a Cat 1. It became a Cat 2 just before or at landfall. Okay, so based on my analysis, all right, this has a very high ceiling. Very high ceiling. How high? Maybe a Cat 4. Maybe a Category 4. And who cares? Maybe even a Category 5 hurricane, for all we know. All right. Yeah, I'm jumping the gun a little bit because of what I'm seeing. Cat 5, very unlikely at this point, more than likely, but not out of the question. But look at the upper ocean heat content, actual values, how much heat is being stored in the ocean. Look at over the Cayman Islands. Look at over the Northwestern Caribbean, over the Yucatan Caribbean Channel here. I mean, that's 180 to 200 units, folks, right there. And our system is going to be doing this. It's going to be curving in like that. Okay, that is a lot of upper ocean heat content. That is a tremendous amounts of heat being stored in the ocean. So you can think, and let me actually see if I can bring my camera up. So you can think, and let me pause for a second. Think about upper ocean heat content. I wish I got a bottle of water to better analyze this. Not going to go all the way downstairs to get it, but picture a fish tank. Picture a fish tank, all right? And think about the ocean as a very, very big, vast fish tank, okay? The higher the upper ocean heat content, the heat does not extend from the surface. It's not just at the surface. It's deep down. It is really deep down, okay? And it goes several hundred feet down below the ocean, all right? Below the ocean. And when you have this major hurricane, what it's doing is it's just pulling up more warm water. It's upwelling more warm water. So the hurricane is able to sustain itself without getting upwelled by cooler water. Okay, when you have cold water upwelling beneath the hurricane, it's going to actually allow the hurricane to weaken if depending on how fast it moves, right? And so that is a concern here. You're seeing upper ocean heat content values that we have never seen before. And I'm not saying that just to fearmonger, to panic, to cause hype, to cause whatnot. Okay? I'm telling you, you all definitely need to be afraid of this. This is scary. This is not good. Seeing upper ocean heat content that we've not seen. Okay, so sea surface temperatures, really warm. We're in the upper 80s to lower 90s. In fact, if we go to windy.com, we can bring that up actually. We can see that, let's go down to here. Let's go down to here. So our upper ocean heat or our sea surface temperatures here actually are right around 88 degrees. Look at the Yucatan Channel here, up to 88, even 89 degrees Fahrenheit. That is incredible. That's a lot of heat. And I'm telling you, even 83, 85 degrees, even along the coast here of the Big Bend of Florida, which means even up until landfall, this has a chance to rapidly intensify. It really does. And that is what we are very concerned right now. Very, very concerned about this one. Okay? And so when we look back at this, you can even see, wow, there's even, right down even here, there is, man, that is almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That is really warm right along the southern coast of Cuba. Okay? And that's what's showing up here. So a lot of upper ocean heat content, very warm sea surface temperatures. Our oceanic temperature anomalies are definitely well above average. Well above average. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. The only problem, a little wrinkle in the forecast, will be that shear in the short term. But once this gets into the Gulf, the shear really abates and all systems go at the moment. Okay, so did I do pretty good, folks, at covering that? We are now going to do a live analysis, live tracking this, and getting to your guys' questions. And whoa, man, look at this shock wave. Look at this shock wave coming out right here. See this, folks? A little bit of a shock wave. That is some very deep convection right there. That is exceptionally deep. Very deep. And this could be a sign. Look at 0Z GFS. Okay. I bet you it downtrended. You want to make a bet? I'm predicting it downtrended. I'm predicting it downtrended. Yup, it does continue to downtrend. Interesting. 0Z continues to downtrend. And it shifted a little further to the east. Wow, notably downtrended. So that's important. That is very important. We'll see what our hurricane models show otherwise. It does show this making landfall at 968 millibars though. And it is 2 millibars deeper on this run. 2 millibars deeper. But interesting that the GFS has downtrended a little bit. But I'm not saying, we'll see what the hurricane models show. Again, we have to wait for those to render. We have to wait for those. We cannot say that, oh, David, the downtrend does continue. It really just depends on. Yeah, see, there's not much shear here. So we're just gonna have to wait. Let's see the icon. Let's see what the icon actually shows. Yeah, 964 millibars on the icon model. That's a lot deeper. That's a little deeper than the last run Actually, that is notably deeper. That was 970 earlier, now 964 millibars. And now that shows a hurricane clipping very close to perhaps Tampa Bay, Florida. Very close to Tampa Bay. So we're really going to have to watch this. We really need to see if our hurricane models do otherwise. It's because of the steering flow. Yeah, it's because of the steering flow is why this is going to go east. Because you can see there's a ridge to the north. That's what we have right now. That's why the system goes this way temporarily. And then once that ridge leaves, the system actually goes north. Because then this trough comes on in and it yanks the system. It actually yanks the system. Yeah, Great D. Yeah. We're going to see, though, and wait, all right? Because there is a lot of deep convection right now on the system. A big burst of deep convection. At this point, and you can even see it, look how deep that is. Right there. That is what we're looking for. I'm not saying that this will be a hurricane before Wednesday morning, but, you know, there's a hurricane watch for a reason, okay? So, we're going to wait for our 0Z runs, which, by the way, look how deep this convection is right here. Look at how deep that is. That is negative 90-degree cloud tops. And if you think I am lying, I'm fear-mongering, let's take a look at the satellite imagery on that. Look how deep this is. This is really deep. That's negative 130-degree cloud tops. That is really, really deep. Right there. And that's exactly where the center is. Somewhere in here is where we have it. And so the deeper the convection is, the potential that this thing could really try to get a inner core structure going. There's a little bit of shear, but wow, it's trying to fight. It's trying to fight really, really well. And we are getting wind sustained at 20 to 30 miles an hour over Grand Cayman right now, the main island. Very deep convection. And we can see this blossoming up in recent frames. There it is. And in the most recent frame, this is the deepest that we have the convection right now. Negative 125, negative 130 Fahrenheit. That is really, really, really cold cloud tops. And actually, if we look at this on a mesofloater, so let's wait until this loads. This has to load all the frames in. But this is really deep. This is really deep. But how's everybody doing tonight? Happy Monday. Monday. So going forward, yeah, look at this. This deep mass of convection right here. What's up, Tons of Soup? How are you? There's your CDO really expanding out. And it looks like this low is moving far enough away, which is probably why the system is able to respond a little bit more. And that is why we're getting this big CDO blow up right now. If we look at this even better, look at that. You can just see it. Just boom, it's just going off like a nuclear bomb. Literally like a nuclear bomb. What's up, Kristen? How are you? So it is going to be very important. Nowcast leads to a forecast. Okay, Do the hurricane models, not in the 0Z run, because they did not see that, because this is 0Z right here. This is what it will likely initialize. But now we have this deep convection. Does this change the scope of things overnight? This is going to be very crucial for this system. Very, very crucial. If this deep convection is able to persist and organize, we could have a big problem. We could have a very big problem. And it really is trying. It literally is trying to develop. Man, that is very, very deep. Yeah, by the way, for the 1,100 people that are watching, please like this stream, folks. Please like the stream. 10 minutes away until we hit the hour mark. Let's get this stream to as many likes as we can. And also share this. We need to get the information out to as many people. Because what I'm providing is real-time data. Real-time data, and yes, we have a recon mission en route. A recon mission on their way out. They are actually on their way out right now, and they will be flying into the system. And they will be providing us some latest information. It's probably going to be a while, though. They're not going to get out there until like 11 o'clock tonight, but that is perfectly fine because hopefully they'll get there within 2 hours and will bring you that data. Because at the end of the day, we are providing as realistic information as we can. But look at that. Very explosive convection. Can you show us the new track? Yes. Let me show you all in a second here. I want to show you the satellite imagery. Thank you for the $5 donation, first donation of the night, so thank you for that. Let's go and look at our infrared satellite imagery. Not on that, no. Actually, let's look at John really quickly. You can see there is Hurricane John, major hurricane that is. Very compact system. Really compact. So let's go and look at other floaters. Let's see if we can get... There it is. And if we... Can we go 3D on this? No, we can't. Darn it. But look at that. All that deep convection really showing up. Really showing up. Actually, we can. Yes, we can go 3D. Because a lot of you do like this. The 3D analysis. If we go back and look at several frames. I'm in Sarasota. I'm writing this one out. Oh my, Adam. Please be careful. Please. Please, please, please. But this is a look at the new mass right here. Look at that blow up. Just look at that. Really, really blowing up. Thank you, DL. I do appreciate that. Can you go to the 0Z run? The 0Z runs are not rendering yet on the hurricane spectacle of things. But we will show you the GFS nonetheless. And it is showing, again, this is a forecast, not an actual system that is going to be this strong. It could be stronger than this. Remember, global model and not a hurricane model. And it does show this making landfall by midday Thursday, maybe Thursday evening, as a powerful hurricane with tropical storm and hurricane force winds. Okay, let's look at the Canadian model. The Canadian model also a little further to the west, but also a little weaker. Excuse me. But yeah, this is a little weaker on this run, which I just don't get it. It's weaker. The last couple of, thank you so much, tons of soup. Thank you. But we do have 50 to 65 knots on this. the icon, let's look at the icon, near Tampa, Florida by Thursday. So it looks like Thursday, late morning, early afternoon, this is going to make landfall over the northern half of Florida, Big Bend of Florida. But there's going to be a lot to wrinkle out in the short term. Again, how the system does tonight and how it does tomorrow before it moves into the Gulf of Mexico will be important. We could still see some wild outcomes. We could see big uptrends. We could see continued downtrends. All right, James Kingsley, I'm going to call you a waffle. All right, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you for breakfast. You're a waffle. I know I was being disgusting and weird there, folks, but he keeps on saying waffle, waffle, waffle. You must love waffles, I guess. But, excuse me, this is significant on the icon. Very bullish forecast and more bullish and trending about as strong. Actually, this is the strongest run of the bunch that we have. And again, we are going to have to wait for our hurricane models to come in, which that's why we are waiting. Here's a look at the naval model showing us a major hurricane. Look at this. That's a major hurricane on the naval model and pressure down at 950 millibars. That 950? That's 957, 958 millibars. That's a really bullish run of the naval model. Let's see what it looked like on the 0Z run. Oh, yeah, it uptrended a lot. It definitely uptrended, but it also shows it making landfall also Friday morning. So, timing differences still in the modeling. Let's look at the spaghetti plot really quickly. And the spaghetti plot shows us a Cat 2, Cat 3 intensity. Really, actually, this is the latest model run right now. And we're going to have to wait and see what our next model runs show in tonight's forecast. Actually, let me go to the 18Z run. Yeah, this is the 18Z run. See look at, let me know if this is weird. I find it strange. It says 18Z run. Couple of the models, or most of them, call this for a major hurricane. But when we look at our 18Z run, actually, on the halves A and halves B, it is not showing much. That's why I think we really have to wait for the 0Z runs to come in, and we will be providing that live information once they start rendering. Because I think it did horrible at initializing, and there is data to back that up. And yes, we're going to go to Twitter, and I'm going to show you a post. I think it's, gosh, let me go to notifications. Yeah, here we go. Let me go to this guy. Yeah, look at this. So, Andrew Austin, very good guy. Go follow him, folks. You guys got to follow this guy. Pretty good at showing us the current status, the current health status of this. So, Andrew Austin Adler says a fairly intense convective burst. And that, if I'm seeing it, he's seen it, we have an issue. So a fairly intense convective burst is occurring near PTC-Nine's nascent center. Given the disorganized nature of the LLC, it's possible that this burst could pull it underneath, resulting in enhanced pressure falls through latent heat release in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. So what I'm thinking, what he's seen is that the mid-level center is probably right over here. And so it's going to be interesting. If this persists, this low-level center could get mired underneath this convective burst that is currently ongoing. So that's what he is saying here. And let's see what it also says. If this development sustains, it could be the final push needed for the disturbance to achieve tropical storm status. So probably in the short term, he's referring to on this. But also, to really iterate on what Andrew also says, and this is, look at the difference. He put together a very great GIF animation. And again, big shout out does go to, and he actually replied to me. Thank you, Andrew. You're awesome. You can see the differences here in the GIF animation between the 18Z and the 0Z. And what we just showed you, I mean, come on. That's obnoxious. That really is obnoxious. While the 18, okay, so General Public Service Announcement, that's what PSA stands for those following tropical models, while the 18Z appears weaker than the 12Z run, it's important to note that models received integrated recon data while PTC-9 was undergoing a down shear center relocation, which may have skewed the 18Z guidance in such a way. So skewing it means that the center, the model thinks that the center is here, but no, it's actually over here and it may be stronger. That is the problem. The 18Z runs did not see it properly. It's like, uh-oh. It's kind of like getting hit with a football, the football being recon data, and you actually get knocked over, and it takes a while for you to kind of shake it off and get back up and be back on the football field. All right. With expansive radial outflow near the extreme and near extreme oceanic heat content, that's what we looked about. That's this right here is what he's referring to. It's unlikely the system will fail to considerably deepen into the northwestern Caribbean. That's not Gulf of Mexico, folks. Northwestern Caribbean. That is before it moves into the Gulf of Mexico. Given that 12Z also seemed unreasonably strong, it's best to wait for the 0Z suite for better consensus aids. So that's what I'm doing. I am going to wait for this right here, for those hurricane models to come in. The GFS, the Canadian have downtrended, the Icon has uptrended, and we will see if these hurricane models follow the 18Z. And if they do, maybe this doesn't become anything as significant. We will have to wait and see. But very important here. And oh wow, that storm damage or that strong wind. Also, to add more credibility, let's see. Man, yeah. Oh, he did good at this. Look at the potential intensity here from Weather Tiger. Really, actually, you put this together really well. Just kind of looking over some information. Look at the comparison with upper ocean heat content. All right, potential energy now. This is now. Pre-Adelia, right over here. Look at Ian over here. Pre-Michael. Look at what Michael did. Look at what... We all remember a Cat 5 hurricane hitting near the Big Bend of Florida. This is a wake-up call. This really is an eye-opener for a lot of people that are downplaying this maybe. That, oh, this is not going to be that significant. Look at the difference. Even Michael, that did not move over the highest upper ocean heat content, still became a Category 5 at landfall. Okay. And look at what we have now. Yeah, we have a problem ahead of us. We have a high ceiling on this system. And until I will start downgrading this, if this is much weaker than what model, like, well, if it's still a tropical storm, once it gets into the Gulf, then I'll be like, Yeah, this may have a bit of a harder time getting its act together. Maybe just a category 1 or 2 hurricane. But until it gets to this point right here, I am still predicting a very intense, powerful category 3, maybe even a category 4 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. That right there, folks, that is an eye-opener situation that this system could have, literally might have, ceiling high category 4 on this is what I think is going to end up happening. So looking at the latest deep convection mass right now, it is very deep still. So we're still seeing that burst unfold. And we're going to see if we got new satellite data in. Yeah, look at this. This is really expanding westward. Also, this is a well-defined CDO trying to get going. And we'll see if this actually does something like what Francine did. Remember that big collaboration of deep convection? That thing went from, I think it was like 40 miles an hour to 65 overnight. We'll see if this one does that. It is trying to get better organized, though. So we will have to wait and see if this actually does try to do something overnight that is far more significant. So, what's up, Giga? How are you doing? How's everybody doing? I hope you all are doing great. I hope you're liking the live analysis. We are waiting for those 0Z models. 0Z models to come in. Zero, not a Z. And right now, we don't have those in at the moment. We won't get those in. We're not going to get those in until, probably not until 10 o'clock tonight, when they should start rendering. And we will see if this has uptrended or downtrended. We will wait. What is it looking like for Orlando, Florida? So for the safety, I'm not basing my predictions off the 18Z models, folks. And you guys can say, come on, dude, you're hype casting this. You're literally hype casting. It's fail safe. It's a fail safe kind of thing. So if we go to our tropical tidbits models, will this impact, where was that question at? Oh my gosh, chat's going so fast. Something about Tampa, Florida. So on this particular model, actually, we'll probably use the H-Wharf. Heck with it. It's more generous at this point. Not generous, but more realistic. So Tampa Bay will get some sort of tropical storm force winds. There is, at this point, the wind field is going to get larger. Definitely Steinhatchee, Florida. This Big Bend, it's game over at this point. I mean, if trends continue, you could have formidable storm surge and surf. Surf that could reach heights of 30 to 40 feet if the models continue on this trend. This could be unsurvivable, life-threatening, catastrophic. What time is it there? 9:25. 9:25 my time. Is it going to really be a Cat 4 hurricane? That, again, Cat 4 probably... okay, so will this become a Category 1? Yes. Will this become a Category 2? Most likely. Will this become a Category 3? Possible. Will this become a Category 4? Slight to medium possibility. Will this become a Cat 5? A very low possibility. Thank you, Girl, for the $20 donation. You guys are doing awesome. I do appreciate all the donations. Can you guys hear me just fine? Someone just said sound. Like I'm too quiet. If I'm too quiet, let me know. I will turn up my mic a little bit more. Or if I'm too loud, I'll have to turn myself down. I do appreciate all the donations, you guys. I really, really do. This is going to go to charity. It's going to go for other things, you know. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So again, are you all ready for the 0Z Hurricane models? If you are, put 1 in the chat right now. Put 1 in the chat. If you all are ready for the 0Z models to render. This is the time to invite your friends, to invite your family, to invite your relatives, to share this with your family and friends, and to subscribe to the channel. Because we will provide you the very latest information on this. Everyone's ready. All right, we looked at our globals. We got that out of the way. We're really going to be tunnel visioning on our 0Z Hurricane models. Thank you. What's up, Helene? Come on, David. Come on for what? Come on for what? But yeah, this has definitely a high ceiling. But man, I just cannot even imagine what the 12Z showed this morning. I mean, this is a scene out of a movie right here. This is just sickening. Sickening, sickening, sickening. Also, do you guys want to know what the wind gusts were on that? On the forecast model? You guys want to just guess while I'm loading this up. On the 12Z halves A model. What? Why is it telling me to sign in? Oh, there we go. Weird. I had to sign in. $180 miles an hour. Are you guys ready for this? 210 miles per hour. Rounding that up, about 208, 210 miles an hour. Right there. On that particular run. Oh, I know it's not realistic. It's not realistic at all. It's not realistic. But it's a forecast, and a forecast raises the alarm bell. Let's look at what this looked like on the, not as aggressive on the halves B run. Let's look at the HMON though. Oh, the HMON doesn't have wind gusts. Interesting. But yeah, if the 0Z trends back, then we have a problem. We really do. And that is why I'm going to be patient, and we are just going to wait and wait and wait. Oh, I know the model is drunk. I get it. But hey, you know what that means? You know what that means. You guys want to know what that means if it showed something like that? What's up, Chase? What is it, Chase? How are you? David, Hurricane Hunters. All right. Or we should say on Cloudman. That's what your nickname could be, Cloudman. You can be Deep Convection. Because you are a cloud. You're a cloud and you're a man. Cloud man. Get it? So what's going on? Are you going to intensify the system? What are you doing? You're playing tricks on us, Cloud man. Are you collapsing? Are you doing downdrafts? What are you doing? I want to know your answer. Yes, most definitely. I will be negative 90 Celsius. Ooh, okay. Yeah, those are some big clouds right there. I'm so soupy. Tons of soup. Hey, we could say that for the Gulf of Mexico. It's soup. It's like the Gulf of Mexico soup. And look at these clouds. Look at Cloud Man. Look at all that deep convection. That is incredible. This is concerning. And boy, I cannot wait for the next model runs to come in. Abby, what's up? What's up, Ronald? And what's up, Abby, again? First time you've been in here. First time I've seen you in my stream in a while. Welcome aboard. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. My Californian. What do you think about the warm weather today, Abby? Serious warmth. I mean, I'm just... All right, sorry, Johnny. What is it? What was your question? Sorry, chat is going a little fast tonight. That's because we have 1,000 people watching. So what are your thoughts about this, Abby? What are your thoughts about PTC-Nine? Hurricane Hunters are en route. Okay, yes, I am aware of that. They are en route. They took off near you, Johnny Westbrook. Did you hear them take off at all? Probably not. But yeah, they are en route. They are on their way out. So we will be providing you the first pass of the mission. Hopefully they get out there before midnight, though. Thank you, Eliz Void. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so they're on their way out there right now. And actually, let's see if we can bring up... Yeah, here it is. So they are on their way out. There they are. Tonight is the night that we will see if Cloudman is indeed forming a surface low more closer to the deeper convection. That's going to be the thing, is does the plane find a more tighter circulation? CMC slowed it down a little bit. I didn't even realize that. I did not even notice that. Did it actually slow it down? Wait, what in the heck? What is this? Why is the CMC not rendering? There it is. Did it actually? It did slow it down. That's... Oh, wow. Yeah, it did. It notably slowed it down. So, see, if it's going to go slower, if it's going to move slower, then this has a chance of really intensifying. It really does. What's up, KP? What's up, Jayborn? I think I am. I'm not 100% sure, though. Oh, of course. Because convection will just be convection. And if it forms a surface flow, it will. But yeah, look at that burst. Right there. You know what? I want to see if there is a core forming underneath that. Is it? No, it does not look like it. Not right now. That could change, though. We are getting winds now of 20 miles per hour over the island here. No, it's not. Malik, it's not good at all. I should do that to my new Twitter account. That's up to you, yeah. But we're seeing very deep convection. Right on there. You can see it. Again, live analysis, live real-time data on this. And boy, once the hurricane models come out, that will be the real eye-opener decision. Does this show it stronger or weaker? We will see. How are their commercials? It's YouTube. YouTube ads. I know, they're annoying. They are annoying. Believe me, if I click on some random video, I'll get advertisements. It's just how YouTube gets paid. After all, YouTube is the biggest YouTube or search engine of all time. One of the biggest. What's up, Tons of Soup? We truly are on the highway to hell. And how so, on Tons of Soup? Probably about the system rapidly intensifying. What's up, Alter? Is Alter here? Alter. You know what? I want to invite Alter to the live stream. This guy is pretty good at what he does. Alter, do you want to join the live stream? I want to hear your thoughts on this system. This guy is pretty stinking well with numerical models. He's like almost a numerical model genius in such a way. What's up, Blue Wolf? How are you? So maybe he'll answer our 18Z Fiasco issue. Southern Grace. So, yeah. Windows GFS update, it already did. We already gotten the 0Z in. Which, since this is running, see what it does beyond that system. I wanted to just see if we get any more additional development. Something else tries to pop up. This is not good at all. On the GFS, a lot of vorticity down here, a lot of convergence. We will see if that does anything. But that's very far out. I want to make it clear, very far out, not believable. But it's been shifting south, though, which is concerning, because if it goes further south, thank you, Liz. Where do you think the plane is at? Well, let's update. Boy, everybody's excited for this FreeCon data. So this is where the plane is right now. At the very moment, this is where it's at. If we look on the map, let's bring this up. Let me turn that off. This is where the plane is currently. And they are on their way out. Give and take, they took off about 40 minutes ago. They went this far, so another 40 minutes, they're going to be about here. So they should be here by about 11 o'clock. And so we will be able to give you all the newest pass. By the way, Cloud Man, do you think this is going to rapidly intensify? What are your thoughts? Could this deep convection wrap all the way around? Oh, good luck on your test tomorrow. Oh, you have a test? I hope your test goes well. I have a test myself tomorrow in government. That's fun. Government! I still don't understand it. I don't understand every bit of it. And that's fine. I don't like politics anyways. I really don't. I don't have much interest in it, so I'm in Pacific Daylight Time. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like the live analysis. You're going to really like when the 0Z models come out on the Hurricane. That will be a real-time analysis as well. When they render is when you see them. It looks like wind shear is gone. Well, let's let Cloudman discuss. Oh, my thoughts? I think for right now, it could, but I think it's going to need a little more time, though. I think peak intensity will be a high-end Cat 3, low-end Cat 4. All right. Makes sense. And again, that would be the strongest landfall in the United States this hurricane season. Yeah, I know Beryl, you might think that, oh, Beryl was stronger though, David. Well, it only made landfall at 80 miles an hour. No, wait, yeah, 80 miles an hour in Houston, Texas, near Houston, Texas. But it was the strongest hurricane so far this hurricane season. No wind shear is not gone, and relying on models is stupid. Of course, a powerful hurricane could wrap up. Yeah. Yeah, so the wind shear may be decreasing. We'll look at the shear analysis, but what wind shear actually is, of course, is these cloud filaments. So see how we are seeing trade winds? See this flow, folks, in the low levels? See this? I'm sure you all can see that, right? On the infrared. And then, let's see if Alter got back. Okay, he's headed to the bed, so he won't be able to join tonight. But yeah, this is wind shear, because you have flow doing this, and then you have flow doing this in the upper levels. Actually, you're seeing more flow out of this direction in general. So the flow has changed direction, and we are getting lesser west-northwest upper-level winds on this, and the flow is changing direction very quickly, which might explain why we are seeing an increasing outflow on the system right here. We're beginning to see signs of that on the western side. Is that a feeder band to the east? It looks like it. Cloudman. No, hurricane's not canceled. No. I just like how people like to downplay just because of one model run. Actually, there's two hurricane models that still show a major hurricane. Just the halves A and B group don't show it. But it will be very telling, okay? This deep convection is very persistent, so I'm sure the pressures are getting lower on it. I'm waiting new updates on Twitter to see what other people are talking about it. I have not seen anything new yet. But these cloud temperatures are really cold, still in the ballpark of negative 120 to negative 125 degrees Celsius. So really cold. This is very tall cloud tops on the system. And I think we just got a new post on Twitter. Yep, 23 minutes ago. Oh, let's see with what Eric Webb has to say. I'm going to repost that, by the way. Oops. Oh, come on. Cooperate with me, Twitter. All right, so potential tropical. So 23 minutes ago. This is very urgent. For the people that are just tuning in, you need to hear this. Potential tropical cyclone 9 looks like it is undergoing. Okay, this is new. This is very concerning. It is undergoing undergoing tropical genesis tonight with a new deep convective burst going up over the low-level center. Oh, okay. I thought the low-level center was a little bit to the southwest of it. Okay, so it's over. It's on top of the low-level center right now. That's a problem. The recon mission from earlier today showed a closed and well-defined low-level center already, but it lacked sufficient convective organization to be classified as a tropical depression. Satellite and radar data from the Cayman Islands also showed a strong low to mid-level vortex east-northeast of this low-level circulation that extended down to at least 6,000 feet several hours ago. All right. Vertical vorticity associated with this low to mid-level vortex is likely being sufficiently stretched and vertically advected upward by this new deep convective burst, hastening the tropical cyclone genesis process. So, in other words, what this guy is saying is that the vorticity was very strong but not tilted. We are probably beginning to see this becoming vertically aligned. And if this is the case, and if we get that recon data, and we cannot wait to get that in tonight, this could, the intensification process could come rather quickly than later. What I'm thinking is that if we look at the trends on the models, all right, and I'm going to use my black drawing tool. I hope this works on your end. I hope you all can see this. And I'm going to use white. So looking at the H-Mon and H-Wharf model, okay, or yeah, the halves A and B, what we saw is a big increase in the intensity forecast. Then it dropped down, but still stronger than it is usually. All right, and so it is going to be important. Does this go back up here by tonight? All right, that's what I'm illustrating is, do the models catch back onto this? Remains to be seen. Oh, and it did pop up. Good. It worked. It actually worked. Because once I have the black screen or the chalkboard, they call it, or the whiteboard for doodling, pretty cool thing that you can do with this drawing program, Epic Pen that is. Everything disappears. I can't see chat. I can't see anything. Not even the screen that I'm viewing right now. So this is very important, okay? Right here. This is literally 27 minutes ago. So we're looking at Genesis probably happening right now. And oh yeah, look at this. This is expanding westward very quickly now. It's actually accelerating out. So this outflow is beginning to get established on the western side, unfortunately. So this is definitely trying to develop in a hurry. Increasing convective banding. This could be a tropical depression, or if not even a tropical storm. We will see what the latest NHC shows once we get that data. But wow, we are probably witnessing Genesis happening right now. And we are approaching D-max, diurnal max right now. And yeah, again, tonight is the night. Tonight could mean all the difference. I've got a lot of OHC to work with. It's not funny. Oh my gosh, Cloudman, I know, bud. You know what? You did say that the low-level center is getting closer to you. So I think it's underneath this. I think it is. I'm watching the winds here to the north of this convective burst. We should see a wind increase if it does happen. And actually, let me go to the National Weather Service. Oh, there's a special marine statement. I wonder what that is all about down there. I got to read this really quick. Hold on. Oh, it's just for dense fog. Yes, California fog. I love it. I have to love it sometimes. So let me go over to current observations. And let me go over here to the Cayman Islands. Yeah, they're getting winds now up to 20 with gusts up to 35 or so miles an hour. So that's definitely verifying. Winds are out of the southeasterly direction. It matches well with our 12Z model guidance. I have a bad feeling. I really do. I'm not... Oh, 0Z runs are coming in. Let's see. Let's see. Ah, look at this, people. Sorry for the excitement. Look at this. Something was wrong with the 18Z run. Look at this. Do you all want to see this? I'm not trying to laugh. I'm not trying to laugh at this, but look at where it was on the 18Z run. Way over here. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. Oh my gosh. We knew it. We knew that the 18Z initialized really wrong. Look at it. It was way over here. And look where it is on the 0Z run. Whoops. It's way down here. Way down here. So, will this affect the track? Let's see. However, it is actually weaker, but it's also further to the... Is that 986 or 996? It is not stronger, though. We're waiting for the models to render. We're getting that in right now. This is 3 millibars deeper, though. But look at the wind field. Much stronger. Much stronger. Still broad, though. I don't like that it's really broad. And that's the problem, is it's showing that it's rather broad in nature. Let's see what the halves B shows. Not as deep as the 12Z run. Further south, slower. It is slower. Broader circulation. It is 10 millibars deeper on this run, though. Okay, see, this was an outlier right here. This was a very compact. This is more realistic. This is much more realistic right here. Broad, strengthening system. Not very compact at all. Not like the 12Z showed. So the 12Z throwing out of the gate. I'm not trusting that. Even the 06Z run. I'm putting more weight on last night's 0Z run and tonight's run. But it is weaker, though. It is weaker than last night's 0Z run. What about Alabama? We'll give you that information soon. Get ready, folks. We might see uptrends. We might see uptrends tonight in the modeling based on that CBM. So again, 33 hours in right now, looking at this in real time. Our HWRF has not started rendering yet, or our HMON model has just began to render. And let's see where it's initialized. Analysis. Look at this. This is a lot weaker, but more believable at the same time. 1,000 millibars. Yeah, this initialized a little deeper. It's a little deeper on the initialization on the HMON. The HWRF has not started rendering yet. This is deeper. This is deeper and deeper than the 18Z run. It is notably further to the north, though. But our halves guidance is not otherwise. It's still thinking it's going to move here into the Yucatan Channel. So we'll have to wait and see if this bounces back. But it does show something consolidating by tomorrow night. Oh, what do you know? Maybe Pat is done live streaming. Pat, are you done live streaming? What's up, Pat, by the way? Hello, weather enthusiasts. It's your host, Pat's Path Predictor. Let's get right into the weather. By the way, if you guys are liking the content, please like the stream, hit the bell notification icon, and subscribe to the channel. It really helps out a lot. Boy, we're almost up to 600 likes. I can come on for a bit. Sure. Okay, let me give you a call. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Hey, Pat,
David.
I've got some devastating news to share with you.
What's the problem?
You want me to read you a Twitter post?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'll listen to it while you're doing that.
All right.
All right. What's up?
Okay, Eric Webb posted this 35 minutes ago. Potential tropical cyclone 9 looks like it's undergoing tropical cyclogenesis tonight, with a very deep prominence of convective burst going up directly over the low-level center. Okay. Satellite and the recon from earlier today showed a close and well-defined low-level center already, but it lacks sufficient convective organization to be classified as a tropical depression. Satellite and radar from the Cayman Islands also showed a strong low to mid-level vortex east-northeast of this low-level circulation that extended down to at least 6,000 feet above ground level several hours ago. Vertical vorticity, okay, hear this carefully. Vertical vorticity associated with this low to mid-level vortex is likely being sufficiently stretched and vertically advected upward by this new convective burst, hastening the tropical cyclogenesis process.
That's a problem.
And I can send you the link to that post, by the way.
Please do. I'd like to take a look at some of the attached files. We were actually covering this on stream we were covering this on stream a little bit ago. I know you mentioned that I was gutting off my stream. Well, I'm back here, and I'll be here for a little bit. What I will tell you is, let me share with you the latest satellite imagery, David. I want you to show our audience this.
Yeah.
This frame real quick.
Also, really quick, there is increasing lightning activity.
I'm not surprised, to be honest with you.
Man.
Yeah, I sent you the thing. So, yeah, I'm not surprised there's increased lightning with that. We're seeing a good large area of minus 80 cloud tops.
If you don't mind me asking, I saw other Twitter people posting images like this. Where do you get this from? What website is this off of?
This is on the DIAPA website, David. Let me send you the link to that very quickly. Wow,
this is incredible. Man, that's deep. That is really deep.
Yep, look at the minus 80 cloud tops on this right here. And you're also noticing some subconvection that's starting to fire up and kind of start to slowly but surely consolidate as well. That huge big burst of convection to the north dying down was the best thing that could have happened to the system, because now we have a situation where the system's rapidly consolidating. It's going to start rapidly organizing pretty soon, and all it takes is one system. That's for sure. I will tell you the good news is Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance is on the way down there, and that's fine. That's one of the best pieces we could get from this, because we need that data, and we need to know if this is a closed low, and if we can see those gale force winds we were seeing earlier.
Yeah. Wow.
Also, congrats on getting well over 1,000 people on your stream. That's incredible. We cracked 500 on ours on Storms United.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right. So I think a new low-level center is forming right here based on this imagery. If we look at this closely, let's zoom in on the diaposite.
Yeah.
Let's play this through. Oops. So if we look at this really, I wish that you could actually speed this up a little bit.
It's good right there. That's a good speed for it. Just don't mess around with it too much. And if you want to keep it looping.
Okay, it should be fine then. But if you look closely, you have winds out of the westerly here, and you have winds out of the easterly here. We might be beginning to see signs of a low-level center consolidate right here, right on the western fringe of that CDO mass. Here is the Cayman Islands right here. So Cayman Islands, the sister islands. Here
Grand Cayman is about to get blasted by this huge burst.
Yep. And there is the low-level center. Right in there is where I think it is. And this is a sign of the beginnings of DMAX combined with that, what Eric Webb was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
that is yeah. I will tell you, I've seen many bursts I haven't seen many bursts like this. I've seen a similar setup to when Ian, after becoming a tropical storm, taking some time to consolidate. I saw a burst similar to this, and it expanded quite rapidly. This is what this is doing right now, similar situation to what we had previously. The main thing we need to pay attention to, the main question we have is, will this sustain? Will this be more than a 12-hour scenario where it just blows up and then fizzles out like we've been seeing all day today? And based on the current data and the current analysis we're seeing, and the fact that there's really no sign this convection is going to slow down, this is going to be a situation where we could see this continue to blow up much greater than I think a lot of people anticipated by seeing it earlier this afternoon.
All right, latest HAVSB shows this becoming a hurricane in 36 hours. 36 hours becoming a hurricane by Wednesday early morning, and it's further south. It has not entered the Gulf of Mexico, so models have trended slower on this system as far as it all looks on all the hurricane models. So this is not going to enter the Gulf until Wednesday afternoon right now, based on this. It's slower. Yeah. It is slower.
That's not good either. But what I will tell you is, remember, David, we were talking about Hurricane John earlier, about how this might actually hurt the system, and I was telling you it's a bit too mesoscale for that. I was actually wrong. A little bit, and except in the worst way possible. John is actually helping the system because the outflow it's generating, while it's not causing much shear, what it is bringing is ample moisture and churning all that dry air in the southern Gulf and Western Caribbean out. So that's not good to think about either.
Shoot.
Yep.
We have increasing convection right here now. Right here. Right where I'm circling. We're about to get a few bursts. You can see.
Where at?
Oh,
I see it. Yep.
Right there. If you look at the last few frames, right here, you can see how there's no low-level clouds there percolating up, and now you can see them starting to initiate. We'll see what that does, though.
Let me refresh the page very quickly and take a deeper peek at this. Oh, I see what you're talking about. There are a few areas starting to pop up here and there.
Geez, that is like a sonic boom going off, like a volcanic eruption. You can see the shock wave. Man.
Yeah, the shockwave is really going with
Oh,
this.
Keith. What's up, Keith Evans? How are you doing? It's been like ages since we last talked, brother. How are you doing, Keith Evans? Everyone, welcome Keith Evans into the chat.
Nice.
He is a solar or space weather-ish expert. I'm not really as deep into space weather, but I do follow it. So I've known Keith, by the way, for over 6 or 7 years. I've known him for a while. He lives up in Washington in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now the main question is, at this current point, how is this going to play out? And where we're at right now, this system is in the central to southern Gulf of Mexico. Is heading to recon this. Hopefully it gets there in time for us to get plenty of data and ample time to figure this out.
Yeah. So Keith, what are your thoughts about this system? Because this may have to do with space weather, right? Is there some belief, hypothesis that Dorian and other major hurricanes out there were done by solar radiation, or ionizing the atmosphere or whatever, protons hitting the storm and it kind of just taking off? What are your thoughts about this system, Keith Evans? Do you think this could become a Cat 3 or a Cat 4 hurricane? Because I'll tell you, upper ocean heat content is exceptionally high in the Gulf of Mexico. Something that we have not seen in satellite era. Never before we have seen upper ocean heat content this high.
Hey David, while we're waiting for an answer, look at what I just posted and show it to the audience. There's those minus 80s are starting to build up and form into a bit of into a core right there, at least at the upper levels. You noticing how a circular, the semicircle starting to build up? Go ahead and show it to the audience.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, there's a semicircle area building up over there. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be where the center is, but that's very concerning to look at.
That is exactly kind of, I said the center is like right over here. That's not far off.
Oh, yeah. This system's pretty much telling. I'm going to go off. Get ready.
What is it? Sorry, you cut it out.
Watch out. I'm about to blow up. Get ready.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
And where it's at right now, too, it's not even in the 200 OHC yet. That's even scarier. Now, granted, it's 180 and 200 isn't that much of a difference anyway, but yeah.
And here's the upper, upper level flow. Let's see what Keith. Okay, so Keith Evans said Hurricane Michael definitely did. I would not be surprised if this ends up stronger than Michael. Wow. That's from Keith Evans.
Insane.
Yeah, so here's your cutoff low. This is one of the reasons why we had our shear, but it looks like now the shear vectors are turning more out of the south in unison as this is beginning to get yanked to the left. So it's going to be steered this way now as that trough moves this way and gets out of its way. And we're beginning to see signs that this is developing an inner core or will develop an inner core tonight, I'm assuming. And most importantly, look at this outflow really expanding. You can even see earlier on the flow was ingesting shear into the system, Pat, from the west. Now that shear has relaxed rapidly. And here's your mid-level ridge here to the north. There is Florida. And so that is why this system is not going to go that way. That's not the right way to do this. It's actually going to go towards the Yucatan and then bend to the north like this because, yes, weather is in motion. This ridge is moving. At the same time, this low is moving this way. And so this ridge is going to be building this over here. And that's going to allow this lane of opening to take place as we get a trough that drops in from, say, the Pacific Northwest, comes down into the Midwest, and it sets the edge to the steering flow or the lane of escape. And that's aiming this right now towards the Big Bend of Florida.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a very... In fact, the banding futures are reorganizing. They looked very organized earlier, then they kind of went and they kind of lost organization. Now they're coming back again. So that is going to be very important.
I would not be surprised if this is designated a tropical depression or storm at 1 a.m.
You mean at 11
or 2 a.m.
At 11 p.m. my time tonight.
Yes.
And that's why we're also going to be live until that comes out.
I will be here.
Sweet. The Pat's Path family. Oh, my gosh, Pat. Oh, gosh. You need to look at the halves B. Big uptrend. Big uptrend from the 18Z run. Big uptrend.
Oh, I told you not to look at the 18Z run. This is why.
Oh.
Wow. We're going back to form. We're going back to the 0Z form from last night. Let me see. Okay, we're dropping down a bit, but this system's now moving slower.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is moving slower. Oh god.
Yeah, this is. Oh. Yeah, this is moving slower and heading towards the north of Tampa Bay. That's going to cause a massive amount of surge.
And guess what? Ian got close to that area.
The difference was it got to the south of it, and
yeah.
There was a reverse surge area in Tampa, so it didn't get hit pretty hard.
Okay.
Okay, Chase is asking me if I can explain how John could affect this storm. Well, if David, if you don't mind, may I?
Well, yeah.
All right. That's all right. Basically, John, it's made landfall. It's weakening pretty rapidly now. And ultimately, what I was talking to David about is John is not bringing its wind shear from the outflow anymore. It's weakening. It's moving much further to the west than anticipated. It's not doing that. If it wanted to, it needed to have been about twice the size to do that. Now, what it is bringing over is ample amounts of moisture. And if you look, David, especially at the lower levels, that's where where the big moisture infusion is coming in. And that's what's allowing the system to really start to take off the way it has been. So ultimately, John's been helping the system. And we might have a situation where both ends of the gyre take off in this kind of light, because John was a major hurricane. Now this has the possibility of being a major hurricane. This is pretty bad.
This is very bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that the halves model we're just getting those in 933 millibars. That is a strong category 4 hurricane. Strong category 4.
Yeah.
Let's see what the halves was. That was the halves A, I think. No, it wasn't. Okay, here's the halves A. Halves A is a little bit. Let's look at the HMON. Oh my gosh,
that's a problem.
HMON is stronger than the 12Z run.
It's on par. It's on par.
Crap. Oh,
it's on.
Man, this is. Okay, the H Wharf is coming in. H Wharf is a lot stronger, as strong as the 12Z run. As strong as the 12Z run.
Oh, yes, it is.
It does not show that inner core formation, and it does not show any deep convection over the system. Wow. Okay.
Are you talking about the H Wharf?
Yeah, it does not show
Oh,
it.
there's deep convection over there. It's mainly concentrated everywhere except for the southeastern side of it.
No,
Look
no,
at the
no,
precip and radar.
no.
Hmm?
The simulated satellite on
I
the.
don't. Yeah,
I
I don't
know.
like using the satellite. That's 18 hours out, by the way.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, this. It's not good. This is not good at all.
Hmm.
Okay, we're waiting for the halves B to render more frames in. 63 hours out. 63 hours out. Oh, shoot. Well, the uptrend has made a comeback, unfortunately. And the 18Z run is not, we don't care about the 18Z run. We're going to refer to the 12Z and 0Z runs. So if anyone tells you, but the downtrend was there on the last run, David, I'm going to say, I don't care about the 18Z run.
Would you like to know why it downtrended?
Yeah, actually, Pat, you do really good at explaining that very well. So
All right.
use your expertise.
All right. The reason the 18Z runs downtrended was because the models struggled to get the hurricane reconnaissance air data in there, as well as the fact that they did not take into account the relocation of its center, or in this case, basically the center of the circulation dissipating and then completely reforming in another part of the system. It did not take that into account, and that's why the 18Z runs were so sloppy and so downtrendy. And I saw this, and I talked to my guys at Storms United, and they're like, yeah, let's wait for the 0Z and see if this gets corrected. I would also refer to waiting for the 12Z runs as well, because Hurricane Hunter Reconnaissance is going to be going in there, and we'll have a much better idea tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Now, bad news on the halves B. 924 millibars in 69 hours.
You've got to be kidding me.
This is a Category 5 hurricane on the halves B run.
Let me look.
Oh, Bill Adams says a new frame came in 915 millibars. Are you serious?
What?
Bill Adams say 915 millibars? Someone said 910 millibars?
I'm okay. I'm looking at this. Let's wait for those frames to come in because right now, where are you getting those frames from, by the way?
Probably from the 12Z run. I bet you they're getting it from the 12Z run.
Yes.
Oh, no, just a prediction, Bill Adams says. Bill Adams says
just prediction.
Yeah.
I could see this getting down to sub 920.
Yeah, I think so. I think 920 at the lowest is where I'm going with this. I don't think much.
Yeah. But the 0Z stuff is back. Just like the Dark Lord from Harry Potter, it's back.
Yep, and that gets really close to Tampa with tropical storm force winds. I mean, that is winds of 50 to 60 knots, near hurricane force. Wow.
Yeah.
That is... The simulated, we are in the simulator. No, we're not in the simulator. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Thank you, Chase Bain.
David, I'm a bit of a hypocrite for saying this, but go to the HASB and take a look at the simulated satellite. Now would be an appropriate time to do that and do it at that frame.
What am I looking for?
You're looking at the structure of it.
Yeah. That's scary. That is scary.
This is going to be a pretty crazy storm. And the fact is that we're not seeing an eyewall replacement cycle out of this because it's just blowing up and there's not enough time for that anymore. Now, granted, it could happen. So a bit of dryer could go in and trigger an ERC, like Idalia did last year. But holy crap.
New burst of deep convection forming a little to the west, and it's colder. Let's take a look at that.
I'm looking at it too.
Yeah, Pat, we got negative 135-degree cloud tops.
Fahrenheit.
Yep, in Fahrenheit.
Ooh. Yeah, there's also a burst of convection a big burst to the south of it as well. Like right to the south of the core.
Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot.
Ooh.
So you're watching this in real time, folks. We are giving you the latest, most detailed information as we get the new frames in on our halves A, B, HMON, HWARF models, the prime time hour for these models. All right.
Yes.
And it will be interesting if the GFS trends back.
Okay. Yeah. Latest halves B came in. It makes landfalls around a 923 millibar system.
Shoot.
Ooh.
Extrapolating the winds to the pressure, though, I'm guessing this would make landfall at a high-end Category 4 with 155-mile-an-hour winds.
I could go with... Yeah, I could see it.
Because the pressure there is pretty low. I mean, Ian was 927 something, and it was Cat 5. So most of the time you get pressures down to 920, 923. It's usually a Cat 5.
Yeah. Halves A is coming in. It's at 949 millibars, but it's heading right for Tampa Bay.
Interesting. It's weaker.
I'm not surprised, honestly.
Why?
Mainly because the last run was so unrealistic. Like the 12Z was so unrealistic. I mean, 899 millibars. That's not happening. Unless, like, the last time that happened was with Hurricane Wilma in 05. And this doesn't, unless this goes super sane or something like that, that's not going to happen.
Oh, someone got my attention. Look at the HMON. Let's see what the HMON is showing. 929. Oh, this is a much larger hurricane, Pat. Much larger hurricane. And it's a lot stronger. It's a lot stronger. As strong as the 12Z run this morning.
It's on par with it, yeah.
And the hurricane force winds would clip Tampa Bay, St. Pete, Florida. You can see if you fall. Yeah. So, geez, Louise.
I will say the good news is that if that scenario were to happen, as a last resort, Tropicana Field is built to sustain Category 3 winds.
Well, this would not be a Cat 3 on this model. This would be a Cat 4 with 145, 155
I'm talking
miles.
Seek Shelter as a last resort.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. By the way, this would be a hurricane in about 33 hours. Most of the models do show that, so that is important. We will see if it sticks to the ground.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, I can easily see it.
Again, this is the chance you all need to share this with your family and friends. Let's get the information out. We have 1,400 people watching. So if you guys are new...
That's incredible.
Yeah, if you guys are new, you like the content, you like the information, please like the stream. Let's get this up to 900 likes, even 1,000 likes if we can. Because again, yes, we are providing
If it gets to 1,000 likes, that would be incredible and insane.
Yeah, it would be insane. So, yeah, we're gonna wait for our new frames to come in though. This would be right now based on all the model guidance. We're waiting for the HWARF, which is running a little bit behind the other models. It is stronger. Way stronger than the last run. We'll see what that run does. But right now, the halves A, which is currently rendering, has this 949. We have a Cat 5 hurricane on the halves B run. The HMON model is coming in. We're down to 929 millibars. That would be a strong Cat 4 hurricane. So yes,
Yeah.
major hurricane intensity sticks to the forecast and to my forecast.
Yeah. New news: the hurricane plane is just west of Cuba, so it's going to be entering into the system pretty soon.
Perfect.
Probably in the next 20 minutes or so.
No,
It is hauling to get over there.
No, it's going to be about 45 minutes out. Because right now the plane is
Okay, yeah, I underestimated my bad.
it has another hour because it's going, if it flies at about 400 miles an hour, it has another hour to get there because it's about 400 miles away from the center.
I completely underestimated that. Well, if we can design an aircraft that can go twice the speed, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Albeit that's breaking the sound barrier and my ears.
Oh my gosh. Holy Toledo. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the H-4.
No, hold on, no. You might want to look at the NAV 3-kilometer model, brother.
The NAM 3K, I'm sorry, but that's a mesoscale model. Those are really bad with hurricanes. They completely overestimate them. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's completely unrealistic. It wanted that same Model 1 Ian to be a 865 millibar hurricane.
Oh, really? Shoot.
Yeah, the strongest system to get down to the strongest system was 870 millibars, and that was Typhoon Tip.
Yeah.
So no, that's not happening.
There's
Although
no way.
Hurricane Patricia is right behind that at 872. By the way, it's my mom's name, so shout out to her.
Yeah, that's not happening because boy, if we saw something like that, rare words that come out of my mouth would say violent hurricane, violent, not just major hurricane.
We don't need to dally on that right now. We don't need to dwell on it. That's unrealistic.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at the NAM, but yeah, thank you,
fine.
Severe Weather Center, for bringing that up. Thank you. But yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It does not. Yeah, that's why we have hurricane models. Hurricane trained models.
Okay.
Don't tell me. I want to know. I want to look at it for myself. Hold on.
No, I wasn't looking at the models. I was looking at some satellite just to follow up.
936 millibar, and it jogs a little bit to the west.
Okay.
But hurricane force winds do touch the coast of Tampa Bay and St. Pete, Florida.
Ooh.
And this is notably slower, so it looks like Thursday night this would make landfall.
I'm curious. Oh.
Again, if you guys are enjoying the content,
Yeah, John is okay. John just messaged me. Yeah, he's seeing the same thing we are in terms that this is developing. Developing a core.
Can we invite John in here?
He's probably going to bed soon, but if you want to, it's your choice.
Because I want to just kind of say, hey, John, how are you doing in the Eastern Pacific?
I'll ask him real quick.
Thank you, bud.
Yeah. But he'll probably be on for like 5 minutes at most since he needs to go to bed soon.
So this makes landfall at an estimated pressure of 921 millibars over the Big Bend of Florida on the HMON model. HMON with maximum winds possibly as high as 130 knots.
The HMON wants that it got peaks at 925 and then goes at 929.
Yeah, but right at landfall. So assuming that, plus or minus a few millibars, 923, 924 or so.
There might be there might be a little bit of wind shear that that slows it down a little bit at the end. If it makes landfall that far up, but still, that's a powerful system.
Wow, I love how the the H-Wharf actually slows this down considerably and actually has it drifting, not moving, drifting through the Yucatan Channel. And it does not get into the Gulf until Wednesday afternoon or evening.
Yeah, give him a couple minutes.
All right. You guys will get to talk to Hurricane John. But I hope you all are enjoying the stream. We are going to bring you live Raycon data. We will be live until they get in there. So I may be live.
I created a VC for you guys, so.
Oh, sweet.
That's what I was doing. Just giving you a heads up. That's why I left for a few seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is drifting. This is a very concerning scenario on the H-Wharf. This thing just drifts. It's not moving like the other systems. What's up, Shane?
It's okay. I'm taking a quick look at something else. I'm gonna look current storm PTC-Nine. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. All right, John's ready.
John's ready. Sweet. Let's get over there.
Hey, John. Give him a second. David, you can hear me, right?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. Give John a couple seconds to get everything situated, then he'll be ready to go.
What is up?
There he is.
Hey, John, how are you?
Doing all right.
Hey, I see you underwent rapid intensification in the Eastern Pacific.
Yep, and I made landfall.
You actually did. Is your outflow affecting PTC-Nine?
I would say it's pushing a dry air away from PTC-9, which is actually helping it.
Wow.
Yep.
Jeez. You surprised a lot of forecasters. You just blew up along the coast there of Mexico. I mean, here is a look at Hurricane John 54-2E. We could almost say John 54-2E.
Okay. I'll look at satellite imagery for PTC-9 while you two are messing around.
Speaking of blowing up, you might want to take a look at IR because it kind of looks like there's a explosive burst of convection, which may be an early sign of the development of our core on PTC-9.
Yep. Oh, I've been following it.
It really has became a concern over the past couple of hours.
It definitely looks like it now.
Oh,
yeah,
also,
that's a core.
I wanted to read something to you, John, and it's off of Twitter here. And I showed Pat this earlier, and he pretty much agrees. I don't know if you know Eric Webb, but he is a very advanced, he is a meteorologist, part of the weather industrial complex. at North Carolina State University. He has like almost 70,000 followers. And he made a post an hour ago about this system. Okay. And for those that are just tuning in, potential tropical cyclone 9 looks like it's undergoing tropical cyclogenesis tonight with a new deep burst going up over the center. The recon mission from earlier today showed a closed, well-defined low-level center already, but it lacked sufficient convective organization to be classified as a tropical depression. Satellite and radar from the Cayman Islands also showed strong to low-level, mid-level vortex east-northeast of this low-level circulation that extended down to at least 6,000 feet several hours ago. Vertical vorticity associated with this low to mid-level vortex is likely being sufficiently stretched and vertically advected upward by the new deep convective burst, hastening the tropical cyclogenesis process.
Yep, and that appears, looking at IR, that's what's happening right now.
Jeez. So as what people thought yesterday, some Twitter people said maybe the outflow from John's system in the Eastern Pacific were forecast to have some implications, but that does not seem to have happened. But instead, the upper level low that is over the northern Yucatan has led to a little bit of shear. But the system is quickly recovering. That's what it looks like right now. Quickly recovering from that.
Honestly, I think the outflow from that, if you look at the satellite, you can see that little band on the left side.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what's blocking some of that shear from reaching the center of the circulation.
Oh, yeah. Also, the deep convection burst is negative 125 to negative 130 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way, Pat and John.
We're seeing it.
Very deep. This thing is...
It's sustaining and building off of it, too.
Oh, cloud.
It's one thing to sustain convection, but now it's building off of it. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Also, someone is saying, does that look like a shrimp on satellite? Looks almost like a little shrimp. It does. It does, actually. A shrimp of death at this point. Not shrimp you could
It's getting close. It's getting close.
There.
But not quite yet. Maybe give it a couple more hours.
Yeah, I'd say give it till the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyways, John, you had a very compact, very small, intense inner core structure.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you would get to Cat 4 or Cat 5 with that. I thought you were trying to be like an Otis, and I'm like, oh gosh, don't be like Otis.
Bro, my buddy Ian was talking about that too.
That was literally the first thing that I thought about whenever I saw that in the Eastern Pacific. Is like, is this going to be an Otis all over again?
And the good thing is it didn't. And probably because it ran out of time over water.
Mm-hmm.
But look at all the deep convection on the 3D. A lot of people like this, so that's why I'm showing it. While we are waiting for our recon, it's getting close. We're going to get the new data.
My guess is they're going to, if they don't go tropical storm, they're going to go tropical depression at 1 a.m. and wait for Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance to get the winds.
Oh, they're already tropical storm force. Based on the mission earlier today, they did find tropical storm force.
Yeah, I saw gale force winds in there. The question is, are they still there?
Oh,
or worse, are they even stronger?
Yeah. So this will either be Tropical Depression 9 or this gets named. I think they will probably hold off on naming this until
I agree.
Probably 5 a.m.
We are about to get the new update.
Okay, the H Wharf is coming out. It's matching the 12Z at hour 54.
Shoot.
Yep.
Oh, shoot. Actually, is that the most intense? That's the most intense. That is the most intense because at the same frame, it's not even that low. Not even that low at all. That is literally mind-boggling intense. Oh yeah, it's even intense. It's the most intense run in 54 hours.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. And you don't see Florida on the map. You only see Cuba still, which means this has a lot of water time. Wow, this shifted way further south.
It slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, it really did. It's a lot slower. Oh my gosh.
It's not a good thing because it has more time over water.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, be sure while we're waiting for the advisory to come in, be sure to like the stream. We are about 200 likes away from 1,000. So let's go ahead and like the stream, subscribe to David's channel so we can get there tonight. This is going to be a fun stream, so be sure you do that for us.
I wouldn't say a fun stream because this is not fun to look at because
It's not fun to look at, but it's fun to
us as forecasters, it's important. We're seeing the data, but for people that live in the path of this,
oh man,
what?
Look for yourself.
Oh yeah, you gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding me.
921.
Yeah, I saw that too. Like right at the same time, Pat made that reaction. I was like, "Holy cow!"
921 millibars. Are you kidding me? Come on.
Yeah, okay. I'll admit this is no longer fun.
No.
Yeah, this is. You don't want to play around with this.
This is the most aggressive model run. This is the most aggressive model run. Okay, all of the models back to Cat 4 intensity. All of them. All of the Hurricane models back up to Cat 4 intensity.
NHC has a big decision to make.
I don't think they're going to pull it yet because of that. If the 18Z run could have held like it did on the 12Z, and this would have been kind of the same output showing it's still Cat 3, Cat 4, they would have probably upped the intensity a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Relax, Steve. No one's going to die. Oh, Severe Weather Center said 160 knots on the other frames. I don't know if he's ahead of me. Oh, Severe Weather Center said 921 millibars is 160 knots Cat 5 in relative sense. And I'll tell you what, Pat, he did go to school for meteorology. He did.
All right.
If I'm guessing that is Andy from New York. If that's Andy from New York, then he did go to school for this. So that would correlate to a high in 4 at least, 155 miles an hour wind, close to a low-grade Cat 5.
Yeah. Ooh.
Man, that really blows up.
Yeah. Okay, John, what are your thoughts?
This is crazy. I mean, really has became a very concerning situation.
Yeah. All right. John, do you want to stay up for the 1 a.m. advisor, or do you want to head to bed soon?
I can probably stay up for the 1 a.m.
That's fine. We'll do that. I'll do that as well.
Sweet. Yeah, he looked at low level. Oh yeah, low level winds. Pat, 160 knots on this.
160.
160 knots. 160.
I find that a little unrealistic, but I do see the pressure there. That's just me, though.
Pressure will probably bottom out at 920, 919, I think, which is definitely a formidable Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane at least.
919 was the pressure Michael did.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I got that severe weather center. It says 120 max, but looking at different winds at different elevations. See, I don't, Pat did tell me, don't really rely on the winds too much. The central pressure is what you have to look at. Winds are exact simulated winds here are not easily extrapolated very well until the moment. So we have to look at the central pressure and be like, oh, based on that pressure, what could that give us? A high-end 4, maybe a low-grade 5.
yeah.
Wind-wise, we'd have to wait and see.
Yes, we would really have to wait and see. After all, this is a broad, not super broad, but not super compact. So we just have to wait for the next few frames to come in, and we will make that decision once those are in. We're getting recon in there really soon. Man, it's taking them forever to get in there, it seems like. They are getting closer, though. They are very close. They are now, let's see, how far out? About 215 miles out. So that is a lot closer. And so they should be in there perhaps by almost 11 o'clock tonight. New frames came in 921, 922 millibars, so it levels off in intensity, but is still a Cat 4 hurricane, possibly a Cat 5. This is the strongest run on the H-Mon model. Yeah, H-Wharf. So this
looks like it might have uptrended a little bit.
It did uptrend from the 18Z run.
Yeah.
It uptrended a lot. It uptrended a lot by far.
I think 18Z had this at, I believe, 938, somewhere around there.
Last night's 0Z model had this exactly as intense, 922, 921 millibars. Exactly as intense. And looking at tonight's run, lot slower, way slower, but still as intense. So the hurricane force winds do clip. They do clip the Tampa Bay coast really close, as well as St. Pete. Definitely the Big Bend over here is in trouble.
Yep.
And I'm going to name those. I am going to name those cities down right now. So if you're in Apalachicola, okay, I'm going to use Google Maps for this. All right. So you all can see this. Actually, you know what? Let me use this map because it gives us more. The cities are bigger. All right. If you are in Port St. Joe, if you're in Carabel, if you're in Apalachicola, Horseshoe Beach, if you're in Cedar Key, some other Perry, Mayo, Cross City, Crawfordsville in Florida, this could be catastrophic. This could be very, very significant. Fish Creek, if you are in Dickle Beach, yeah, if you're along the Big Bend here, you really, really need to take this seriously. This is life-threatening. Absolutely life-threatening. If you are in St. Pete, if you are in Sarasota, if you are to the north, also You need to watch this because, again, tropical storm force winds, if not low-grade hurricane force sustained winds, will move across Largo, St. Pete Beach, St. Petersburg. This is a very populated area. Everyone, I'm sure, that is watching this live stream is watching this pretty much probably from Cape Coral all the way to the north. Most of you are. 1,400 people in this stream are watching this, by the way. So
That's unbelievable.
So if you are in these areas, especially further north you go, you definitely need to take action. You need to get prepared, okay?
Yep.
I cannot tell you to evacuate because the local officials, okay, your local government is there to do that. I don't tell you to evacuate, but I will tell you to get prepared. All right, get prepared. Do not be scared. Don't be scared.
We got news. They put out the new update.
Let me guess. Hold on.
PTC.
It's still PTC.
I won't say anything.
Yes, but the formation chances are now at near 100%. This is going to get named in 3 hours. When you see near 100%, it's going to get named in the next. It's going to get named in the next 3 hours.
Wow.
Yep, we're at basically a 100% chance of this forming if it hasn't already. They're just waiting for the hurricane hunters to confirm it at this point. And that's what. And I was kind of reasoning. Okay, yeah, I was kind of reasoning that as well. I guess there's another hurricane hunter aircraft leaving from Tampa Bay to get over there as well right now.
What? Another aircraft?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going. Yeah, it looks like we have another mission that's just departed from Tampa.
You know what? It's an upper level drop zone mission. It's a synoptic mission.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's an upper level.
HQ is the one we're waiting on.
Wait, you know what? It's a NOAA A9. It might be an upper level mission. Oh no, I don't. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll have to wait. I think it's an upper level mission though. A synoptic mission is what I'm thinking.
That's
but
fair.
I do want to read the intermediate advisory because we got new information. So tropical storm warnings, hurricane watches are out. Okay. Once the recon gets in there, they confirm this. This will be a tropical storm, I'm sure, in the next advisory. Tropical storm watches out for southern Florida, so we don't have any new updates on that. The Big Bend, no watches out yet. They will be out, I guarantee, in the next advisory. I am not surprised if they issue not advisories. Warnings and watches out for the Big Bend of Florida. All right. This is the intermediate advisory. This is not the main advisory where they do position and intensity updates. This is just a current positioning update and not the change of the cone. The cone does not change during the intermediate advisory.
Only the full.
Yeah, only the full. But I want to read this, okay? Pressure down to 1,002. Again, they're probably going to wait for that recon to get in there. They're not going to lower the pressure until they get that data. But that doesn't matter at the moment. This is strengthening. We see the deep convection. Let's see. Let me zoom down here or scroll down and zoom in on this. So at 2 a.m., the disturbance was centered near latitude 18.6 north, latitude 82.8 west. The system is moving toward the northwest near 6 miles an hour. The general motion is expected later today. Formation chance through the next 2 days is expected 100%. So this will become a hurricane in about 2 days. I think for sure we all agree this will be a hurricane. This will be a hurricane. Well, it will be on shore by then, but within that 7-day time frame, it's 100% chance. The estimated minimum central pressure is 1,002 millibars. And here's one thing that really concerns me. Rainfall totals, even from a PTC that is not designated as a tropical storm. Potential tropical cyclone is expected to produce total rainfall accumulations up to 8 inches over the western Cuba and the Cayman Islands, with isolated totals up to 12 inches, over the eastern Yucatan Peninsula. 2 to 4 inches of rain is expected, with isolated totals over 6 inches. All right. But of course, nothing new with this. Pretty much the same thing. Just a few minor updates to that is, again, the positioning update, current positioning, and not the actual huge update like there's a tropical storm. John is down to 100 miles an hour, and I believe this made landfall.
It already has, yeah.
Yeah, it already has made landfall. So, yeah, well, if you say you made landfall, then that says it all. Hurricane John.
Unbelievable.
But you're not strengthening anymore, huh, John?
Nope.
He's falling apart.
How strong could you have gotten, though, if you had more water time, John?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit stronger, 125, 130.
Jeez. So, to sum it all up, we're waiting for our recon data. Okay, no, this is a low-level mission. This is going to be a low-level mission.
It is?
Yeah.
Alright.
I can tell by the flight path. So,
Finally.
2 low-level missions in progress right now. We got the Air Force getting very close, and now we have a NOAA aircraft. So once they get in there, we will give you the very latest information, and then I'll sum this all up to a close. Just to review with what we talked about, and then I'll call it a night. But not right now. We will stay live until we get that recon data in. The jackpot of the night. It always gets better as the night goes on. So that's why we are going to stay live. Yup, they're going in. They're going in right now. Making their northwest quadrant flight. And so right now, they are about 180 nautical miles out. So they will be there very soon. Very soon. Time to get the energy drink, folks, because we're going to be live here probably for another hour. Not, well, maybe less. Well, it just depends, but at least another hour.
Yeah, I'll probably be heading off pretty soon, but I want to wait for the first pass. John?
Yep.
Yeah, what do you want to do? Okay. Oh, we'll come back to him. Go ahead, David.
I just want to let you all know I am less than 200 subscribers away from 28,000 subscribers. So if you guys haven't hit that subscribe button right now, please do so. And also enable all notifications for the channel so you get notifications when I do these live streams, when I do these video updates, because we're doing double decker tomorrow. Guess what? We're uploading in the morning. We're doing a video. We're doing 2 videos and a live stream tomorrow. Morning video should be out by 7 or 8 in the morning is my plan. Then another video out at like 2 in the afternoon. Actually, probably will wait for that to... I'll probably wait until we get the NHC update on that one. So that video will probably be delayed a little bit to about 3:30 in the afternoon. But I will be going live tomorrow again at 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. tomorrow, just like we rehearsed. And we will do the same exact thing. We will do recon missions, recon mission updates. So again, if you have not subscribed, hit the ding, ding, ding. Actually, I got something for you. Entertain people, folks. Or Pat.
What do you... All right. I'm just looking at this right now. I'm just looking at the latest guides that we have, looking at satellite imagery. Hurricane reconnaissance is finally going in. It's going to be exciting to see the data that they get in. We'll get our first bit of information in the next 20 or so minutes. And we also have been looking at the model runs tonight. Things have been pretty clean cut and dry as the 0Z runs tonight have rebounded to their 12Z and 0Z origins from last night. So we got a lot of things to pay attention to, and we will continue to keep you updated here tonight because we have a lot going on. And anyway, let's get David up to 20,000 subscribers tonight because he really deserves it. He would really appreciate it if you guys sub to him. Let's go ahead and get there tonight. Also, like the stream. We're close to 1,000 likes on there. So, yeah. Anyway, who has any? Someone has questions, I'm guessing. So, what's the question? Real quick. Yeah. People are asking to go to the Euro model. I'm not. I haven't. To be honest, we haven't really been using it that much. Mainly because because the Euro has been tending to kind of underestimate this kind of system so far. The GFS and all the Hurricane models, though, they've been doing all right. They've been doing all right, but not the most. But overall, yeah.
Sorry, I don't have the ding ding ding. So yeah, I don't have it. I thought
all right.
Because my grandma was playing Bunko tonight, so they had to have that little push bell thing. So
yeah.
But either way, I can make one up. Ding ding ding.
Yeah.
Better than nothing, to say the least.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're waiting for the live recon data to get out on that right now.
Yep.
This is important. This is crucial data that we are providing you live in real time. And boy, if I'm staying up this late just to wait for this, that means this data is extremely volatile and important to all of us, including you all. Because as you're seeing it live, I'm providing it live. And that is important. So, yeah. Man, this deep convection, dude, is just explosive right now. Man. What is it?
Go ahead.
No, yeah, Swell, you were trying to talk, and then Ander tried to asking me. So what's your question, Ant DR?
Yeah, yeah. Well, while we wait, in terms of the convection, it's not slowing down anytime soon.
No.
Right now, things are continuing to go off. That trim shape is not quite there just yet, but overall, just as convection is starting to slow down a little bit in some sectors, we're seeing more just fire off right in between that. So it's going to be a long night for these recon missions for sure.
Oh,
Let's see.
Crazy how much
they're
this
going
has
in
evolved over the past few hours.
Yeah, definitely. All right. As much as I'd like to stay up and watch this whole thing go in, I got stuff I have to do tomorrow as well.
I thought you were staying until the recon data was going to come in, though.
I was, and I probably, actually, I'll stay up for a little bit. I'll stay up for a little longer, but I'm getting pretty tired. We were streaming tonight for at Pat's Path Predictor, so yeah.
Same here.
Oh yeah, I know it is stressful. It's tiring. We are all of our adrenaline will be drained out after this thing makes landfall in Florida. We'll be just we can take a deep breath.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, Shane says I lied. What? How did I lie? Also explain convection. So what convection is It's thunderstorms, it's it's upward motion in the atmosphere. And when you get upward motion, warm, moist air from down near the water surface, that upward motion, that thunderstorms, those moisture pockets of air condense, form clouds, and continue to rise until it gets to the equilibrium level. And once that occurs, you get overshooting tops. So those overshooting tops is what we're seeing on this. And what we're seeing right now is the system really organizing. It is blowing up right now.
Curious if that storm is interacting with that OHC in that area, which is why we have this sudden burst of convection. What's OHC looking like in that area?
Around 175 to 180.
Right
Oh,
now.
wow.
And it's going to go
Yep.
up over 200 OHC downstream.
Yeah, that's crazy, and it's unbelievable that we're even talking about that. Those are values I never would expect happen. And these are, John, you can attest to this. I've been watching this since October of last year. Like, I've been watching all this. The second I saw that no systems are going into the Caribbean, I was like, that's going to be a huge hotspot. And look what's going on now. We are looking at the early stages of something much bigger than we have seen in a long time.
Yep.
Not only that, there's a huge increase in lightning activity in the center. A huge increase in lightning activity.
Oh, I'm not surprised. This system's starting to rapidly escalate. This is that rapid escalation I was talking to you guys about.
Oh, shoot. Pat, we have an inner core structure forming. I think we have it. Look. I don't know if it is right here. Little bit of an inner core structure trying to take place. Something like that. I don't know.
Let me look at the radar real quickly. Because the Cayman Islands provide a pretty decent radar for me to use.
I don't know if that's an inner core structure trying to come together. At least in the very early stages. I mean, exceptionally early stages in the formative. Wow, that is...
It's hard to tell.
It's early, it's too early, it's hard to tell. But I see where you're coming from. There's definitely something there. I just need more data and information. But there's something there.
Man, that burst, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guys, look at the halves-B parent.
The halves-B parent. Oh boy. Oh, that's...
Oh yeah, this is a halves-B parent. So just to show you all the upper level pattern. Right now, it is going to become really conducive. Look at these winds in the upper levels. Very light winds. Not much in the way of shear at all. And
there's honestly not much stopping this from rapid intensification.
No, not at all. And we could really see how this pans out. Man, this thing is... Man, that's an insane large hurricane wind field in the low levels, though. Which, by the way, we could see water spout potential and tornado potential for sure. That is a big wind field.
Definitely develops into one, yeah. Main stuff I've been paying attention to, though, obviously, is Recon is one of them. Uh, um, I just want to see how this is going to pan out. I'm
Yeah.
curious to see what they find in there.
Is there another Air Force mission? Dude, oh wait, no.
No, it's not, I'm not sure what they're up to, but
No, there is not.
yeah. Hmm. Hold up. This is just insane, though.
It is. It is very insane, and that's why we're watching this. Wait until that recon gets in there. Wait until
Yeah.
that.
Dmax is increasing, by the way, significantly.
Oh yeah, it is. We already got some percolating deep convection popping up to its west, where the west is.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. Not sure if it's going to be part of the system or not, but it is interesting to watch for sure.
Down to 1005. Midwest Storm Chasing is saying, well, they're not even in the center yet.
They're sampling convection that's well out of the center of circulation. That's to be expected, and that's what surface observations have indicated. So it may seem like a pretty scary situation right now, but keep in mind this is stuff isolated from the developing core of the system right now. So keep that in mind.
Man, this really has evolved really differently from where we were at before. Man. Yeah, there is a core trying to form underneath that.
I honestly don't find that hard to believe, but at the same time, I'm waiting for more evidence. Mainly just because I would like to see how it's evolving with this. Okay, a new frame is a new frame is out.
New frame out on what?
On the radar I'm using. Okay.
What
Yeah, I
radar?
can
What
definitely.
radar are you using?
I'm using the Grand Cayman radar.
Grand Cayman.
Oh, there's definitely something developing there. It's hard to tell, but it's something's trying to go.
Let me see.
There you go.
Yep, there it is.
Yup. Something's forming. Definitely a very intense band right here showing up. Let me look at this a little closer. Yeah, there's something right here like an eye wall or the beginnings of a low-level eye wall trying to take place right here.
That usually doesn't start developing until we get to like 60 miles per hour or something like that. It's not that strong.
Yeah, it's still early for that.
Yeah. But regardless, though,
You know
it
what?
is
There might have been an eye wall earlier. It collapsed right up here. There might have been something.
at least a core trying to do something.
It's definitely really, really close. It's In fact, if we follow the precipitation look, yeah, it matches really well.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah, something is forming.
Well, there it is.
We'll see what the recon data finds. They're on their way in. They are on their way in. But yeah, I hope you all are liking the stream. We are providing that real-time information.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
3 Kermit, you were watching then? No, this is not Kermit. This is the Air Force C-130 mission. Kermit is back in, is taking off right now. Or has taken off.
Yeah.
You know what? No, this is an upper level mission. It has to, yeah, it is, because aircraft air pressure is 178.6 millibars.
Oh.
So it's an upper level mission.
This seems like low level reconnaissance, but okay.
Yup, it's an
Well-
upper level drop zone. Gonzo's out there right now. Actually,
All right.
I have it right now on Google Earth Pro. We could actually look at it. That's going to be important because that's going to feed it new model data. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, consider subscribing, hitting the like button, and sharing this with your family and friends on social media. And there's Gonzo right there. So we have Gonzo, the G4 aircraft. And they're already flying. Let's see how high they are. They're flying already at 44,000 feet.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna send Gonzo into the system in a little bit. I'm guessing.
Yeah. I'm probably just gonna head to bed soon anyway. So. Yeah.
Let's see what this pass shows. Oh, let's see what.
I'm probably gonna head off and get to bed.
Fine, that's fine. Enjoy.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just reached out to Tristan. He wants to talk real quick.
I don't want too many people in this stream, though.
That's fine. I can leave and you can have him on.
We'll both leave.
Like we'll both leave and you can talk to Tristan about it.
I guess.
All right.
Okay.
Boy, we're almost up to 1,000 likes, folks. So thank you for liking
Yeah.
and subscribing, you all. You guys, we're close to 28,000. So thank you all for the support.
Yeah.
Thank you all
All right.
for the support.
Yep. All right, Tristan, you're on real quick.
Good evening, everybody.
All right. John and I are about to head to bed, so if you want to talk tropics, I'm sure David wouldn't mind having someone else with him.
Oh, I would love to. I'm up for the data too.
David, you okay with it?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right.
All
All right. Well, have a nice night, guys. John and I are heading off, so you guys have fun.
All right. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
see ya.
See you in the morning.
Yep.
Have a good night,
All right.
Pat. See you in the morning.
Yep.
So, Tristan,
Good
what are,
evening, David.
Good evening, Tristan, our hurricane expert in the tropics. Yes, very, very deep expertise here. So what are your thoughts with this? I mean, is there still some shear impacting this, making this convection more blobby, or what are we seeing here?
What are we seeing with the hot towers is the low-level center and the mid-level center aligning are very close. There is some shear coming from an upper-level low located to the west, and normally that would be putting in dry air, but because of Hurricane John, that has an area of moisture. If that area of moisture wasn't there, this thing would actually have more dry air problems, David. So John is actually helping the system, which is interesting. It goes
Wait.
the full loop.
So how would the lack of wind shear make dry air a problem, though? That's the thing.
Even a small amount of dry air in a developing system can impact the system's development at the beginning stage because dry air can easily get in the system because your convection is not as well established. But
Okay.
in this case, because John is producing a lot of moisture, that upper level low is having much less of an effect. Granted, it's still producing some shear, and the system is starting to be born. That could be a problem. But in the next 12 to 24 hours, that should dissipate. And with it already exploding, I can imagine what it might do in 12 to 24 hours. One more thing, David, I just want to put this out there. HMON, HAFSB, and HMORPH all agree on the 920 storm.
Yeah.
They all agree. And the other two models agree on the CAF4. Which is interesting because when you look at the trough angle, it's more into a southwesterly angle, which would provide the storm more outflow because you're going to have a 1017 ridge to the east of it. That should allow the storm to have a moment to blossom. But if the storm gets too close to the trough, it can instantly get sheared. So we need to watch that closely. But I want to tell our viewers right now, I know you're focused on the strength. I need you to be focused on the impacts. My biggest concern is the storm surge because of the way how big the storm might be. That's my biggest concern, David, is the storm surge.
Oh, yeah, the storm surge with this could be well in excess of 20 feet.
Yes, and David, the evolution of what the storm does today will decide Florida's fate. Just letting you know now.
Oh, yeah.
You see how John is preventing that dry air? And then the upper level lows. Yep, exactly. And then it's having some outflow to the east, but it's getting blocks from the west. That's interesting. Evolution at its finest.
Yeah, this shear is
So
definitely relaxed.
what are your thoughts, David? I say mid cat 3 to low end cat 4 for now, and I want to just watch it for now.
I'm saying the same thing. Probably mid to high grade cat 4, mid to high grade cat 3 is what I'm forecasting.
It depends on what happens today, right?
Uh-huh. Yes, we'll see. If we're still aggressive in the modeling with this system tomorrow night, then we have a huge problem ahead of us.
I will say they got the center relocation really well, and they're still being aggressive. That it's a little bit concerning.
Uh-huh. What I do need to figure out is the sheer tendency over the system. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's a very difficult process because you have multiple small things producing shear, but there's also small things of the shear that is helping the storm. So it's a balancing act right now. Like, it's not enough shear to kill the system, and it's allowing thunderstorms to produce with the warm waters, but it's enough to make it not rapidly intensify. It's a balancing in the atmosphere, basically.
Yeah, the shear is decreasing out ahead of this. There's no shear at all.
Yep, and that is my concern. And that trough is going to pull out a very good angle. Now, not only will allow it to breathe, but it's going to be over the loop current its whole life potential. Unless it gets a little more steep. That is my big concern. But, David, there's one question that I haven't heard anyone talk about. I don't know if you talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
The time. Because with the way the system's supposed to be, the trough is supposed to pick it up fast. The question is how fast? Does it prevent it from intensifying ridiculously? Because when a storm is moving very quick, it doesn't have all that time to do warm waters. That's the biggest question. that I'm going for. That's why I'm only at a 3 to 4. Not because the environment can't produce a 5 in theory, but because of the time. Time is interesting. So that's why I say today will depend the storm's life. Because if you look at the NHC cone, you notice it moves so much faster later on. Which is very... Also, David, 80% for Cape Verde. We might get another one soon.
80% already on that system in the...
7 days. Yes, Cape Verde.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, I spent Helene by 5 o'clock with the way they're wording it. The 100. And with the way it's bursting, I expect Helene by 5 o'clock. No pre-naming, but I don't think I'm pre-naming considering that this is the only system that's about to get named. So, I don't know. If I am, I apologize.
Yeah, I also want to see the GFS, the 0Z GFS, because...
I will say take the models a tiny bit with a grain of salt, and then maybe the next 12 we really dive into it, right? Because the models are trying to catch up on that. It wasn't necessarily a center relocation. It was more of a old low-level center got sheared out and a new one's formed. So, or it could have relocated. Either two could have happened. But yes, if anybody is in the path of this, you need to be taking action, even if it's only a cat free. The storm's going to be so massive in the way that it won't matter. We might have surge problems, David. My concern was never the strength of the system;
storm.
it's the area.
It's the storm surge. It's the storm surge. It really is.
Yes, because it's the Big Ben's like a funnel. It shoves it all in. Oh, by the way, David, what are the models saying for structure? Because when you have a trough, you might have some good storm, low-level helicity for tornadoes. I'm very curious of the structure by the models are saying.
I think we are gonna have some sort of a tornado threat. I
think it's gonna be a slight risk, but it's to watch. That's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on the evolution because let me go on the radar of these models. I want to see what they're saying about the right side. The HASB is saying a bunch of supercells on the right side. That's one model, though. Let's take a look at the H-Morph. The H-Morph has more of a Michael-like thing where it's more compact. Let's look at H-Mon. H-Mon, do you have supercells? You have a few, but you're mostly compact. You have some good supercells on the northeast side, though. That's interesting. That's the best side for a tropical system. And then HDFA has plenty of supercells. Yeah, David, I say a slight maybe enhanced risk. And there's only one reason why I say that is because if the evolution does what I think it's going to do with all those models running bands, and you have a trough committing SRH, you might get an enhanced risk considering the friction between land and water. You know what I mean? Like, you might have a chance. But I'm going slight for now. I'm going slight. Because I just want to see how this storm is. So, yeah.
That outflow has not expanded to the southwest of the system after looking at the satellite data.
Yeah. But it is doing what it's supposed to do. It is competitive. So I think it's a tropical. That upper level low to the west is really blocking it.
New data from the aircraft. Let's see. This is a live recon, so we will get new data from the aircraft really soon. If you guys haven't liked the stream yet, please consider doing so. We are very close to 1,000 likes. So thank you all for the people that did like the stream. I do appreciate the support. Also, be sure to share this with your family and friends. We are going to do 2 videos tomorrow combined with the live stream. I'm going to be busy keeping you all updated tomorrow on the system. And of course, the only way you can get those updates is if you do subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're about 110 subscribers away from 28,000. So thank you all for showing your diligent support to the YouTube channel as we continue to track PTC-9, which soon to become Helene. So again, if you want to get the updates, you can only do that by subscribing hitting the like button, and sharing this video live stream with your family and friends on social media.
David, Pat,
Yeah.
and all of us give you the latest information to protect your life and property. So that's Also, I do got M-Bot, so I'm seeing some of the discussions by some National Weather Services. If I see, I read the Jacksonville one earlier. I think they did a new update actually. Jacksonville National Weather. So they're saying the threats are. This is for people in Jacksonville. If you're curious on your area. The biggest threats is strong winds, flash flooding, and they actually call out tornado development, David. National Weather Service Jacksonville.
Oh, wow.
So they do it. Yeah, they do expect some tornadoes, potentially. So
Yeah,
I think we're expecting a slight risk.
Typically with most tropical systems like this, you're going to get some sort of a tornado threat. You're going to get some of that.
But what concerns me is the trough that adds more, especially with the tilt being more neutral than positive.
Zach is saying some people want me to talk for a little bit. I know you're doing good at keeping everyone updated, but let's take turns. Oh my gosh. It's probably why I'm just kind of zoning out. It's just like, so again, we're keeping an eye on this system. PTC-9, this is what it looks like from a satellite perspective, showing us the deep convection. Right now, this is in a 3-dimensional image, showing us just what this looks like. Pretty cool stuff. It really is. And the taller these colors are, the higher the cloud tops actually are. And so this is showing us that we have some really tall cloud tops with this system. And wow, Recon is finding winds of about 35 knots. So they're already up to tropical storm force as we speak. They're getting tropical storm force winds. And if we play this through, that's what it looks like on 3D. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool. Interesting that this outflow has been more restricted. So we'll see what the plane finds if that pressure is really low, like down to a 999 millibars. Because if it's dropping lower and lower, this is strengthening. We are 10 likes away from 1,000, folks. Come on, hit the like button if you haven't and subscribe. 5 subs away from 27.9. Sorry if I sound like I'm promoting too much, but almost there to 28,000. Very close.
You
very
good.
Close.
It's your channel. Good.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what the Recon is doing right now. I wonder if they're going to be flying in from the northeast. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to fly in from the northeast. So this could be a little while, probably another hour or so. But we'll be here live until it happens. So, yeah, there is Grand Cayman. And there is the big, deep, massive convection. Really tall cloud tops. It does look like a volcano, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Here.
It does, actually.
Look at the H-Wharf parent. So here's the H-Wharf parent. We'll just take a break from looking at the satellite data for a bit. Here is the H-Wharf parent, and we can see, of course, this is the outflow from the system. It's clearly established once this gets into the Gulf of Mexico. Here's your upper level low over basically in Mississippi, not Mississippi, in Missouri, in southern Illinois. Look at that jet streak. That is something else. That jet streak is pretty strong at 120 knots. And that does peak intensity there at about 130 knots, almost 140 knots. Radiating out from the storm. Okay, and that's the exhaust. All this heat is going to be driven away from the storm, which aids in significant strengthening. And that's what we have. That's what this model is showing.
It's a very interesting way.
Yeah, and that wind field, that wind field is pretty big. Pretty big.
It is. I wonder. What I really wonder. I know Florida's like going to be at least decent. They've dealt with it before. So my question is, how bad is the damage coming from South North Carolina? Power outage?
You're lagging out really bad, your mic or something. Okay. Let's look at the Caribbean. Someone told me to look at the 0Z something, but probably the euro. Let's see what the euro shows. Euro is so conservative still. 985. What is up with that? No, the euro model. Very conservative.
I wonder if it's thinking that the euro is bad strength.
The
But I wonder.
The AI model is pretty aggressive though.
Oh, we got some new information. Got weather predictions. They just put a 15-inch rain area. Not big. So, Dave, I have a question. What do you think the risks are from in terms of the level of flooding?
Your audio's really bad. Your audio's really bad. I could barely hear you.
Testing?
I think your mic sensitivity is turned way up, and that's why it's not capturing everything. Because people are actually starting to kind of, not a lot of people, but a few people are starting to take note of that in the chat. Sorry, folks.
Testing. Is this good?
Yeah, it should be fine now.
Yeah, but no, that was my headphones. I'm sorry. I forgot. I apologize, Chad. But I was asking, what do you think the tour and flooding threat are?
Oh, man, it's still cutting out.
That's Discord.
Any info on the recon mission yet? Any data coming in? Let's look. Let's see if we had any drop zones in. Yeah, we have had 3 drop zones. This is actually a survey mission. This is not a fix. What in the heck? Why is it a survey? Why are they doing a survey on it? Hold on a second. Synoptic surveillance. There's nothing about a survey, though, on this. I don't know why. Interesting. Interesting. It's a survey, and it's We'll have to wait. But the drop zones, they got a drop zone of a... We have a third drop. Oh, wait, no, that's from Gonzo. That's probably why. This is... There we go. So the first 3 drop zones show a very moist environment. We do not... Oh, yeah, and drops on the first 2 drop zones from our upper level pattern does show a lot of dry air. There's a lot of dry air being found at 500 millibars. You can see how dry the air is on the sounding. That tells us that, yeah, there's dry air above that moist layer. And a little bit of an inversion as well. And then if we look at drops on number 1, it's even drier, down to 5% humidity at 4 and 500 millibars. So the air is really dry in the mid-levels. By the way, thank you all for liking. Also, we are 90 subscribers away from 28,000. So thank you all for subscribing. It does mean a lot because that means you get the updates, you love watching me, and enjoy these live streams. That lets me know that I'm doing my job properly and I'm not just ranting along, rambling along, saying random stuff about the tropics. So, yeah, thank you for being up this late. I don't want to be up this late, believe me, but I am going to wait for that plane to get in there. Could they do this a little bit better? Why can't they fly in? If it's a survey mission, they may not be doing a fix. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. This is definitely, though, this is supposed to be a fix right here. An Air Force mission. Yeah, it's supposed to be 209A, and we go to 209A to 305. Interesting. Because I'm trying to see why are they doing that and it's not a fix. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It's weird. Huh. Interesting. It'd be really nice and helpful. Okay, they're going in. I think they're going to go in. They're approaching the north side, I think. It's a north side. They're coming in on the north.
Doesn't sound good.
This is going to be helpful. So they were here. If this plane could hurry up, it would be better. It would really make things a lot faster. Let me go to Flight Radar 24 to exactly see what they're doing. Continue. Oh, no, that is a Teal 72 mission. All right, this is where they're at right now in real time. They are right there. That's exactly where they're at. So the center might be over here somewhere, is what I'm estimating. And they're flying right now at about 300 plus miles an hour. So they will be in there really soon. Oops, you guys can't see it. Sorry. You can see it right there. That's where they're at. That's the plane. The C-130. And this is what it looks like. That's a big plane, too. And so that's the Teal 72 mission right now. So as far as how strong will this get, right now, we do see this becoming a major hurricane in the Gulf. That is 100% likely. We are going to see this become a major hurricane in the Gulf. And that is why we're going to be doing 2 videos / a live stream. But man, if they don't get in there by 12 in the morning, my time, I'm going to have to head off. I'm going to have to call it a night. I don't know why they are late. They should already be in there. I thought they would get out there at 11 o'clock tonight, but nope, they are not. Will be interested. They're already finding 1,005 millibars, so might be below 1,000. Really? Let's see.
Interesting.
Yeah. Down to 1,005 already. Yeah, based on the flight level data, yeah. Definitely down. And what did these initialize at? So this would be for 06Z. It's stronger. I think it might be stronger. Let's see. Because the plane is to the north of the Cayman Island right now. So it's over here. Oh, wait, no. It's over here. And that's 1,006 millibars at 06Z. So it'll be interesting to see if they find winds that are at least this strong.
It's right side. That's a lot. But then on the left, really.
So So we're going to get that recon data. And this is what it looks like right now. 1,005.4 millibars on the latest update. And we'll see if that pressure drops. If it gets down to 1,000 millibars, it's definitely deep. It's definitely deep. Deeper than it was earlier. The NHC still says that this is 1,000 something, right? 1,002 millibars.
1,002.
So it's at least 1,002, I'm guessing. But could be lower than that. So we will wait for their mission. But yeah, they are flying into it right now. So this is probably not a low-level fix mission. Instead, it's a survey mission.
They're likely seeing. That's likely what they're.
They are right there. They are to the northwest of the Cayman Island. So they are right about in here right now. And they're going to fly through the entire convective canopy. That's where they think the center is. So it's probably right somewhere down here. Somewhere right here is where I think it is. So they're going to get this, and probably the center is somewhere over here or over here. We're just going to have to wait with what the plane finds. But right now, so far, they're getting... Oops, not that. Surface frequency microwave radiometer winds. They did find tropical storm force. 1 dot of that. So we will wait. We're going to just have to wait.
If the center's a little less broad, I think we'll get it. Definitely.
Interesting, there is southeasterly winds here. So if there's a center, it's going to have to be down here to the south. It's going to have to be down here to the southwest of Grand Cayman.
Where all the convection is, correct?
Yeah, that's where all, yeah.
I think it's a tropical storm. It's not broad. It definitely. I'm going to guess they're going to go 45, and they're already finding strong outside.
I would say probably 40 or 45, something like that.
Yes.
Again, by the way,
go ahead.
By the way, if you guys are new, you like the detailed analysis and update on this PTC-Nine, please subscribe if you haven't already. Like and also share this. Oh, they found a little bit. They found 30. They found 40 knot winds.
Near surface, correct?
No, those are flight level, but let me check surface. Yeah, the surface winds did not come in yet. We're waiting for that.
Flight level would be at 40 knots, right? That would be 46.03, basically 5 miles.
It's at about 40 knots right now. 40 knots.
Yes. Which would be 46 miles per hour at flight level, which would be 45. Yeah.
Yeah, about 45. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for that surface frequency microwave radiometer winds to come in. That's what this is right here.
You know what concerns me,
FMR.
David?
What?
That the storm is already being very violent in its convection. Imagine if it had more from the breeze. That's my concern once it gets to Cuba.
Mm-hmm. Come on. Let's get the data. Let's update. Okay, surface frequency microwave radiometer winds are about 30 knots.
David, we got breaking.
What?
The National Weather Service in Tampa, due to this system, has issued the flood watch, valid until September 25th at 8.
A flood watch?
Yep, until September 27th at 8 a.m. and it starts on the 25th at 8 p.m. They have issued a flood watch. I got it on inbox. It might not show for a little bit.
Yep, I see it. Yep, flood watch. Okay.
First one of them all.
Yep. So we do got a flood watch issued for the Big Bend of Florida. Wow, a lot of counties. Excessive rainfall due to tropical storm will likely result in areas of flash, and some of which could be locally considerable across portions of the watch area. As potential tropical cyclone 9 approaches the forecast area later this week, widespread moderate to heavy rainfall is expected across southeast Alabama, southwest Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle Big Bend. The current forecast calls for up to 6 inches of rain likely across the area, with localized totals up to as high as 10 inches possible across portions of the Florida Big Bend. This could lead to some flash flooding, some of which could be locally considerable. Antecedent conditions are rather wet along the west of the Appalachia Trelawny-Flint River system. Further east, rainfall has generally been near or below normal. Given the saturated soils over the western areas, these areas may be more susceptible to flash flooding. Urban and poor drainage areas could also be susceptible. So we're looking at a flash flood watch now, issued for the Tallahassee area. It's on the map.
Not for also Tampa issued one too. We got two. It's actually connected now. There's a flash flood watch basically from Florida and southeast Alabama all the way to southwestern Florida now. It's connected.
Yep, there it is. Another flash flood watch. Jeez.
Here we go. It's starting.
Yep, it's getting serious. It's getting really serious.
There's only one good thing about this.
What?
At least it's not stolen. I'll give it back.
Yeah,
It would be worse if it was stolen.
Yeah, but here it is. There's the latest recon data. Gonna update here again really soon. And we are at 0651.
I'm waiting for the Storm Prediction Center day. By the way,
Yeah. So
'cause I'm curious of what they say about
see where our teal mission is right now. Oh, they made a turn. Okay, this is no longer interesting. They're not getting the center. What in the heck are they doing? I'm not waiting. I'm not going to stay up and watch this. I'm not going to stay up. When it updates so on the website, then I'll show you guys. But after that, this is not a fix. This is not a fix like investigation, which I don't understand. I just don't get it. So once the next update comes in, which will be in about a few minutes, I'm going to call it a night, I think. This is I thought you would go further south and get the center, but no, they actually made a turn. They're going away from the center, so
what I think they're doing. This is just how I've seen it. They're getting the wind field first, and then they're getting.
well, whatever they're doing, they're not getting the center. They're not getting the center. Okay, we're getting a few complaints on Tristan that your mic is terrible. You're gonna need to get it fixed if you want to be part of my streams.
I don't know what it was working for Pat.
I don't know.
That's a Discord. That's
No, it's not Discord because Pat sounded really clear. I think it's your mic. It's definitely your mic. Doesn't sound that bad. I'm going to do the talking for the rest because I'm going to head off really soon. Once we get a new update here in like a couple of minutes. I just want to see if they found any lower pressure. But anyways, if you guys are enjoying the live coverage, do not forget to hit the red subscribe button. We are literally 69 subscribers away from 28,000. 28,000, folks. We are so close. So if you have not subscribed yet to get the latest updates here on the channel, because I am going to be providing 2 videos. That's why I want to get to bed now, so I can get up at least by 7 in the morning, 7:30 at least, to do a morning video. Have that out by at least 8:45 or 8:30 to follow for the afternoon video at about 4 in the afternoon, to time it with the complete advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I want to time these properly. So if you want to get the updates, including live streams, that sort of thing, please do not forget to subscribe, share, and also like. And ring the bell icon too if you do end up subscribing. All right, one more update on this. We did not get any more information in yet. Oh, really? Really? Oh! Oh! Maybe. They're still going west. Okay, so we did get a new update from the recon. Down to 1,002 millibars. 1,002 millibars is right here. So they got pressures at least as low as that. Thank you, Jesse, for becoming a Tropical Storm member. I do appreciate that. And we are 58 subscribers away from 28,000. So I do appreciate all the subscriptions. I really, really, really do. I really do. I don't know. Should I wait? I don't think. They're going to go this way, and they're just going to go. I bet you what they're going to do, Severe Weather Center, is they're going to go like this. They're going to do this. I think that's what they're going to do. It's a survey. It's a survey mission. Because also look at the drop zones. Look at how many drop zones they have done so far. This does not seem like a fix. It does not seem like a fix. So I find it interesting. I find it very interesting that they are not, I mean, it's not like a normal fix going through the center. It's not like an X, like I thought. So I find it strange. They're doing like a grid pattern kind of setup, which is not a it's not a fix. It's not a fixed investigation. I think they're looking for the center. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to watch this live. Oh, and did we lose no. Did we lose the data? Got some bad news. We lost the flight data. We don't have it, so we don't know where they are at in real time. Oh no, it's back on. It's back on. I'm telling you, if they don't make the turn soon, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate the donation. I don't know if it got scraped or something. It's probably because of the system. They are confident that it's not that strong, which is really, really, I mean, I don't know how. Maybe they're waiting for a NOAA mission to get in there. And this is probably another Yeah, they're waiting probably for... That's what I'm guessing. They're probably going to get... They're going to probably upgrade it in their next advisory for the morning. But I do believe the center is still down here. It's still down here. It's got to be. Geez, folks, we are 48 subscribers away from 28,000. So thank you all for subscribing. Someone really called me clickbait? Really? Seriously? Clickbait. Go check Tropical Tidbits. Shaking my head. It's a survey. It's a survey mission. It's a survey. See? Survey mission. Into the system. Thank you, Hurricane Gilma. I'm going to see from the Grand Cayman radar, though, if something is for me now. Thank you so much. I'm glad I'm doing a great job. I'm seeing if there is some core forming. I think the center is right. I think the center is right over here. So, I think they're doing this, I bet. We'll see if they turn. But yeah, I won't. 5 a.m. next update. Yeah. I bet you it's probably going to be a potential tropical cyclone. I don't know what they're doing right here. I don't even know what they're thinking. I mean, come on. Get the center. Get the center. Seriously. Maybe this will be incorporated. Maybe they will try to get the... I'm just not liking that they're not doing a fix like I thought. So they did find pressure down to 1,004 millibars is the lowest they could find it at. So it's hard to believe if it's strengthened until we get data in the system. It does look like there is some minute mid-level rotation or upper-level rotation on that westernmost flank. 1,002, wait. Well, 1,002 on the NHC, but 1,000... Oh, 1,002, they did get it. Okay, so... What did I was thinking 1,004. I was looking back at here, probably. Sorry. Yeah, that tells you I'm tired, folks. That tells you that I'm getting tired. I've been live for 4 hours. At the 4-hour mark, I'm probably going to call it a night. So if you have not subscribed yet, I would highly recommend doing so. We are 38 subscribers. 38 subscribers away from 28,000. 38 people could hit that subscribe button right now, and we can get all the way up to 28,000. So, cloud seeding mission survey. No, I don't think they're doing that. I don't think they're doing the cloud seeding mission survey. Also, hit the bell icon too. Don't forget to hit that notification bell to get all the updates. Thank you so much, James. I do appreciate that. By the way, 2 videos on par tomorrow, morning and afternoon, followed by a live stream at 8 p.m. We're doing the same thing all over again. We are going live. We're doing 3 content updates tomorrow. 2 videos, well, actually 2 videos today. I should say today because it's already Tuesday. We're going to do 2 videos today, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, with a live stream at night at 8 p.m. just like we did. And it's probably going to go for about 3.5 to 4 hours, just like we did tonight. So, bro, it's not going to form. Why are you thinking this is not going to form? Okay, they just updated this. 1,002 millibars still. And the winds did shift, so the center is probably right down here based on the winds. So, yes. So they are getting in there. Oh, and we lost data. We don't have any more recon data on the Flight Radar 24. Thank you for subscribing, Women of God United. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that very much. Thank you for subscribing. Boy, we are 30 subscribers away. 30 subscribers away. I want to say thank you all for partaking in tonight's stream. Man, long and detailed. But anyways, I think that calls it this a stream. It's actually, we'll give it 3 more minutes because we have 3 more minutes and then I'm going to head off. Because I'm going to need to get up at like 7 in the morning and I need my beauty sleep. David, check DMs. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, there's a marginal risk for severe thunderstorms. Likely tornadoes are expected. Likely tornadoes. That's not surprising given... Oh, we're starting to get deep convection now over here. Really deep over here and over here. 2 areas of deep convection. More deeper. Which means that upper level environment is getting more favorable. Slowly but surely. Yeah, we're going to have tornado concerns, especially for the Big Bend, where we get these banding futures. New cone is out. The new cone is not out. Man, I have so many tabs open. It's not even funny at all. Here is the latest cone of uncertainty from the National Hurricane Center. And again, this is the 2 o'clock in the morning advisory. And we can see, even so it does not show a major hurricane on here, there will be some sort of a major hurricane between this area. Maybe even sooner, maybe even over here and to the northeast. We see major hurricane intensity. So anyone living in the Big Bend of Florida needs to make all preparations. You need to get prepared for something that looks to be quite significant. Based on the models, we could see a category 3, maybe even a category 4. Put this in the back of your mind that this is definitely a possibility. This is very much possible. And I'm not liking what the models are showing. I am not liking it at all. 921 millibars. And that is why you need to subscribe to the channel so I can give you all the updates. All of these important video updates. Check Weather Prediction Center, David. All right, I will. So the Weather Prediction Center does have a marginal, wait, let's go to day 2, day 3, and then the experimental. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can find the experimental version.
Testing, is this better?
What?
Is this better?
I think so. Yeah, it sounds a lot better for right now.
I'm on my phone. My computer has issues. The experimental, you go to excessive rain on their website, and you'll see day 4 and 5.
Yeah. Why is
All you gotta
it's saying slight risk.
re
Interesting.
reload it. Reload the page. Just reload it. That's all you gotta do.
No, it's either way. Actually,
reload it.
let's use this Weather Prediction Center page. How about that? Over the next 5 days, you can see excessive rainfall. There is a moderate risk of heavy rainfall over Tallahassee. Okay, moderate risk for heavy rainfall. Thank you.
I'm sorry, y'all. My computer is a mess. My phone should be better though.
Woo! We are 19 subs away. 19 subs away from 28K. 28K. Shear is gone in 18 to 24 hours. Well, let's look at the RAL. Let's look at the RAL guidance.
Let's see. Yeah, they're going away from the storm and they're going to go back. Okay.
Oh, we did not get the latest guidance out. Let me see if we got... let me put up another website here.
But what this is going to be good for is the data at 12Z. I definitely think, even if we don't get a fix, this will really help. Because after this mission, if they still continue on a very bad major potential, then we should be more concerned by 12Z. If they don't, then I'm happy. That area is not a good spot to make landfall.
So this is going to make landfall in about... So then about 3 days-ish, right? That's when it makes landfall. Let me see what this is showing.
3.5, I believe. I can check.
So the ship's model. I'm looking at the ship's model right now. What did I do with? Okay, here it is. So yeah, the ship's model has shear generally under 10 knots up until landfall. That is very concerning. You can see the blue line. Shear is on the decrease and could get down to as low as 5 to 10 knots. 5 to 10 knots in about 2 to 3 days, then markedly increase at the time of landfall. And so this could maybe lead to brief or some weakening right before landfall, but it won't matter. This will be a powerful hurricane, and the maximum potential intensity here is near 160 knots. Moisture is looking really good. It is greater than about 75% in the next 2 days. So moisture is not a problem with this. Sea surface temperatures also not a problem with this as well. So
Hey, David.
everything is looking good. Hold on. Everything is looking good for this, or everything is looking bad, I should say, for this to rapidly intensify. Yes.
I know why it's showing that for you. They're updating all their graphics, which will take a little bit. So the Weather Prediction Center is just changing stuff. That's why it's not doing. Okay, that's why. They're just changing graphics. So you'll likely see their update tomorrow afternoon. So yeah, that's why. But I do expect them to go a local high risk of flooding.
Oh yeah.
I do expect it.
Yeah. So I think
When
that I think that's really about it in this live stream.
yeah.
But please, folks, be sure to share, like, and subscribe. I gotta get to bed. It's almost 12:30 in the morning. But if you haven't subscribed yet, I encourage you all. Sorry if I'm over promoting that. It's just we are 18 subs away. Man, can't believe it. We're already there. And and the 06Z guidance is out already. Let's see what that shows. Yep. Most of them are back up to category 2 to get category 3 and 4 intensity. So that's where we're
What do you
at.
think?
My
You
intensity.
think the downtrend was just a model error because they didn't know it relocated?
I think so.
Yep.
So I think this is going to become a low end. Still, I'm still predicting at least a category 3 with 115 mile an hour winds, 115 to 120. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it generous.
One more thing for people that are thinking that the storm is gonna die. That low to the west is actually going to help it with the trough later. It's doing shear now, but the moment it angles with that trough, get ready. It might do something really bad. That's the problem with these gyre storms. People keep thinking it's going to bust until the moment's on top of you and it's a major.
Already, the flow is out of the southerly direction. That flow is quickly shifting. We are not seeing shear vectors like we had earlier. I mean, comparably to earlier.
Yes.
Yeah,
I will say. Go ahead.
Yeah, comparably to this morning.
Oh yeah, that's much better. The storm is finally being allowed to breathe somewhat on its western side. Interesting.
Yeah.
But if it's already doing convection like that, David, once it gets that beautiful outflow, I wonder what it's going to do.
And here's
That's my concern. It's a tropical cyclone. It literally looks. I think it'll be named at 5. I really think it will.
Well, that's up to the airplane data.
Yeah. But normally when you have convection like that, it really shows that they're near stacked or stacked. I think they're close to stacking, but they're not completely stacked because of the way that it's kind of it's struggling, but it's not struggling at the same time. You know what I mean? It's kind of doing both.
Mm-hmm.
I think it will be named by 5.
Yeah, I think so.
And honestly, even if this doesn't become the monster that the models want, my biggest concern is how much damage will it do to the Big Bend with the surge. Especially that area's been hit by Michael, Adalia, Debbie. They've had so many. They don't need another one, honestly. That's my concern.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm zoning out a little bit. But anyways, folks, thank you all for watching this live stream. Have a good night. Be sure that you do subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and share this live stream with your family and friends on social media. I'm going to hopefully try to get up at 7 in the morning to prepare the next video for release
David,
on this system. What, Tristan?
just one more thing before we go. It's very quick. They just issued a new flood watch. NWS Jacksonville for parts of Georgia and Florida. That's all I wanted to mention.
Okay, I'll look at that later.
Okay.
But anyways, thank you all for tuning in. Have a great night, and I'll be back for the morning hour for a morning update. Late morning for you guys in the Eastern time zone. It'll be like 11 or 11:30, followed by a afternoon video. So it's going to be 6 hours apart, maybe even 7, and then we will do a live stream again tomorrow night for about 4 hours on this system, as long as it remains a big threat of rapid intensification. As always, have a great night. Thank you guys for watching. Share, like, and subscribe.